Yes.
Okay. We are going to start this evening's meeting with our secondary school improvement plan presentations. Tracy, would you like to introduce our first?
Thanks, Sadie.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. This is our second school improvement presentation
President?
to the board. We had our elementary team with us 2 weeks ago, and tonight it is for our secondary team, which includes Jemtegaard Middle School, Penny Creek Middle School, the high school, and also WLA, so Washougal Learning Academy. So hence the reason our colleague Tammy Culp is back to join us. I want to welcome everybody. I think everybody knows who they are. Jane, you know who everybody is. I think everybody was here for that meeting a few weeks ago. Yep. All right. I'd like to introduce David Cook as the principal at Jemtegaard and his associate principal, Tiffany McCormick. Go ahead.
And I'm sorry, one quick pause.
I'm sorry.
So we have 20 minutes for the presentation, 10 minutes for Q&A. Tracy's going to signal to you, which is going to be, might be a little bit challenging to see her where she is, but you'll maybe reach out. So she's going to know, she's going to let you know. All right. When you're, Tracy, what are the indicators?
Yeah, I shared the halfway point.
Slide of my head, yeah. Yes, maybe we could slide the table over a little bit, just so you can see it. So we have 4 presentations, 30 minutes each. We're already starting a few minutes late. So we got to make sure that
I was late. I'll get
our
it
time.
Having some technical difficulties.
Oh, you're fine.
Let's, sorry, do you want me to use Order TV? No? Okay, how do I?
Please go.
Share button.
Oh, sure. I haven't done this in so long. No.
For sure, it's like, do you want to just share it to me really quickly? Yep. Or actually, I'm sorry, share it to that board diagram. Yeah, completely. And then Jake is on his way. Okay. All right,
Let's
ready to
do it.
go.
Okay, so excellent. All right. So I've been working on our mission statement. I think this is important. This is what we believe in. Jemtegaard Middle School's community where learning cultivates joy, students committed to mastery, all subjects, and embodies the spirit of scholarships to create a culture where all students work hard to be the best. So we use the words JMS, joy, mastery, and scholarship. And so that has become our mantra this year, our work, and that's our goal, is to be a school where students experience a joy of learning. We're certainly starting to see that again. Achieve mastery in all subjects, and we're working hard to raise the bar so that students can master and also embody the spirit of scholarship. One of the things we want to work on is students feeling good about coming to school, but also doing well. Concentrating is a big thing we're trying to work on this year as well. So there's our demographics. The main thing you see is we're around 430 from last year. I think we're about 440 right now as far as students at school. Some areas to focus on there is special education students. We have about 16% there. Thank you. That's better. Section 504, 7%. So once again, a lot of our work is supporting students who need additional support, tier 2 support, and also how we support them in just regular tier 1 learning. We have a wide range of learners, and it is our obligation to make sure that they can be successful. As you see, our test scores there from spring 2024. We have a lot of work to do. We focus on the main one, which is there for who's on track right now, and we need to get that going. And you'll see in our presentation today the areas that we're working on to make sure that happens. So successes from last year. Mental health was an area we wanted to work on last year, and we had some great help, not only just through a regular counselor, but we had Tracy Stinchell helping out as far as doing an internship last year for ESD, which was wonderful, and then Lisa Miller through CMAR was helping students who were needed more support in regards to substance abuse. And that has made a tremendous difference for our students, really focusing on the why behind the behavior versus say, don't do that. Why is that happening? How do we support you to make better decisions? And that has been success. Along with that, I will say too, this is in the presentation, we look back and said we should have included this, was our Positive Norms campaign from last year. You may have seen the video where we had these posters on the walls. And basically, it was all the positive things that students were doing. 90% of kids were making healthy choices. They weren't doing alcohol. They weren't doing drugs. And what I liked about it was a very subtle approach. And it was just up on the walls. We didn't have to promote it to the kids. They just looked at it and allowed the kids to walk past the sign and go, yeah, that's pretty cool that the majority of kids are making good choices, because often what happens is student thinks, well, everybody's doing that, therefore I should do it. It was actually good when there was times where I was talking to a student who had been vaping. They would say everybody's doing it. I go, well, on contrary, look at that sign right there. That's saying they're actually not doing it. And so we started seeing that changing. So really enjoyed being a part of that. I love the student voice that gave students and it helped improve the community overall. So once again, it wasn't shoved down kids' throats. It was very subtle. So we're really pleased with that program. Our continued work with PLC work with Canyon Creek teachers. That has been great to learn from them and benefit from their wisdom. And I'm very appreciative of Jake and the Canyon Creek teachers who would come down, often drive down to Jemtegaard to meet with our teachers. So we appreciated that. You can see we got our SBAC growth. We did see some growth in 7th grade ELA and math. They were also successful in our 6th graders, so continuing to see that growth. And they are setting the culture this year as far as 8th graders, as far as the tone for how we do our business, which we're really excited for. And you're going to get a great group next year, Mr. Gass. Last year, we decided after a long time, we were given permission to finally put some color on the walls. So we got our first mural done. So that's the JMS Go Huskies. We were thankful to the Washougal Arts and Cultural Alliance for the generous donation of the paint. So we got that one, and now we're actually planning a new one that's going to be in the entrance. And once again, that was run by students, student voice. Husky Bucks store, we thank you to Parent Boosters for supporting that. Every 2 weeks we'd have a store out there to acknowledge the Husky Bucks are used as a positive award through PBIS. And so to have that on a regular basis where kids could feel validated for the work they were doing was very helpful. Athletic participation was high last year. I think we had 4 teams in every sport. In basketball, volleyball, wrestling, great numbers there, and football was high. So we really had a track, everyone was track. We probably had 100 kids at track. So coming back to those positive decisions that kids make, athletics was a big part of that. When you've got 25% of your 7th and 8th grade, actually probably about 35% of your 7th and 8th grades involved in athletics, it's really cool. Other partnerships, once again, the Washougal Arts and Cultural Alliance, Unite Washougal, and we'll talk about some more positive things they're doing. They played a big role in the Positive Norms campaign that we finished, and then McDonald Excavating. One of the things they did was, we didn't feel like the football field was up to scratch, and they said, well, let's fix that. And so we were in conjunction with the school district. They worked together and they went and fixed the field. So that was amazing. They did that. Challenges last year, the attendance rate, 61.4%. What that means is, Mr. Crowley, jump in anytime. Basically 38.6 of our kids missed more than 18 days. So it's 2 days a month. So 61.4% of our kids did not miss 18 days. 38.6 met more than 18 days. And so that's obviously an area we need to work on. Attendance is a big goal for us this year because you can't, if you're not in school, you can't learn. So working with parents to change their mindset, we'll talk about that as well. Technology was a challenge. As I talked about, concentration is really important. And if students are constantly distracted by their phones, they can't do well. We had a situation where Mr. Rainey once took a kid's phone, put it on his desk. That was at the start of the period. And just left it on. By the end of the period, that phone had gone off 30 times. So you just think about all the distractions, and we all know as our phones are sitting there, it buzzes like, what's going on, what's going on? And I would say 95% of those were not parents, were not messages from parents. It was all their social media. So that's been the goal there. Bathroom safety, making sure that every student has the right to go to the bathroom, feel safe. And vaping was also an issue, so we've been able to address that challenge as well. Kids being late for class, you think about it, kids late all the time. Oh, the other thing regarding bathrooms too is we would have kids who walking through the hallways, they would be up 4 or 5 times a day. Every period they'd be going. So you think about that, if they're leaving 5 minutes every period, that's half an hour of learning each day. And and on top of that, there's also issues in the bathroom and there's vaping as well. So addressing the bathrooms was a challenge for us, which we're looking at right now. Once again, Tadi's making sure that students are on time and ready to learn. Over to you, Mr. Conley.
Okay, so this is our 3-year trend, the WSIF data. So 2019, the 3-year run started in 2019 before the pandemic. I know you guys have seen this before with other presentations, and then you have the 2022 and 2023. So in some of these areas, all students overall were down a little bit from 2019. And for our Hispanic students, we've been declining. So that's an area that we need to work on this year. We're very excited to have Haley Alvarado and Dana Wilson supporting our students. It's already making a big difference, and seeing Dana pushing into classes and working with kids and really keeping track of their grades and providing support where needed. So we're feeling very supported in that area and very encouraged. Students with 2 or more races down a little bit as well. We're starting to see some increases in our white students, our ELL 22, it went down a little bit, but we're back up just slightly with our low income. That's a huge area for us for improvement. And then our students with disabilities saw an increase from 2022 to 2023.
What are the numbers above 7.5, 7.21?
Oh, I'm sorry.
On that thing, at the top of each column, there's a number. I don't know what those numbers are.
Oh, that's on the bottom scale. That's where you fall. So it's on a 1 to 10. So, and that's measuring growth. So the orange, the dark orange, so each one corresponds to the bottom scale along the bottom of 1 through 10. So that's represents student growth and where they fall within that. So you want to be obviously in the more blue, darker gray and blue area. Tracy, you might know the threshold for support. We don't qualify for any sport through the state, but
Every year the threshold changes based on
okay.
the state
Okay.
composite number.
So we set goals around our SBAC because that's what measures where students are at and whether they've met grade level standards. It's a very reliable test. So for our math SIP goal is that we will increase our percentage of students receiving a level 3 or 4 by 8%. in each grade. And so you can see how they've scored over the years. And then that last column is where we project to be this year for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Our scores have been in the 40s, and we aren't happy with that. And our math team, PLC, is working really hard to improve those scores and provide support when kids need it. And really focusing on making sure that they get through a lesson a day, which doesn't sound very difficult, but it actually is, given time constraints, and then trying to respond to kids and give them what they need. I include these are longitudinal data from the 2024 test. This is new in I'm forgetting, in our testing portal. So if you look at each grade, 6th, 7th, and 8th, it'll give you a 3-year run of the cohort that we currently have. So last year, 6th graders, you can see in 2022, they were 4th graders. And that was their scale score, so their average score as a group. And then their 5th grade score was the 2023, and the 6th grade score is the 2024. And so I did that for each grade level, and you can see that there's growth in each grade level for math. The problem is it's not enough to get more kids to that level 3, level 4, where they need to be passing the SBAC to show that they're currently working at grade level. So the challenge is getting them to grow more. 30 points or more, 35 is really what we need to see. That's like about a year's worth of growth. And some kids need a lot more than that because they're not working at grade level. Our ELA, their goal is to increase the percentage of students earning a level 3 or 4 by 7%. So you can see the run for 2021 through where we're projecting in 24, 25. So that's where we hope to be. Our scores are slightly higher with the ELA, but we have a lot of work to do. 7th grade had the most growth, but we are hopeful that we can get them much higher. Our teachers this year, ELA, have teamed with history, and they're working on essay writing because that came up as a really low area for us. So full rights are short rights, not so bad, but are full rights. So they're working really hard with the social studies team, and they're increasing the amount of full essays that we write. So kids get more exposure, more practice, and can get to mastery. And this is the similar longitudinal data. You can see our 6th graders, the 6th, they did not grow very much. And so that's this year's 7th grade teachers. Our history used to be for 7th grade a semester. This year it's a full year. So kids will be with Mrs. Keller for a full year. We think that's going to be helpful in increasing their writing skills. And then 8th grade, those students are now at the high school, but they showed some good growth as well. But again, just not enough to get more kids to a level 3 or 4.
As far as 8th grade science, the goal is to improve by, you can see, a level 3 or 4 by 8%. A couple of things we're doing. One basic thing we did was, it might sound like, is that going to work or not, but we got rid of these massive desks, massive tables where all the kids were kind of sitting around. It's almost like a crow's nest, and I think it was very distracting. We've actually moved those out and put in tables, and we have seen a big difference already with the students as far as being able to sit in front and concentrate. Before it was like, just imagine if you guys were all sitting around each other and the teachers up the front, it's very hard for them to concentrate. So now front, center, eyes up front, that's going to make a huge difference. And we've done that for 6th grade and 7th grade science. I think that will certainly help a lot. We're also going through the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade science. Science is the only test where it's only 1 year. It's 3 years versus 1 every other is there. So what the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade teachers are doing, they're going back through and saying, where are our holes? Where are our kids struggling on the 8th grade test? And so what can we do in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade to address those issues? And we also continue, I mean, why wouldn't you want to work with the Canyon Creek Middle School science team because of the great results they've had up there? So we are working with them. Caitlin Higley is the 8th grade teacher. She worked very closely with Ryan Hughes last year. And so last year was really her first year doing a lot of the projects he was doing. So now she's kind of on her 2nd year. She's tried some of these things, she's modified some of these things. And we're excited to see where that happens as well. Okay, suspensions last year, I think the previous year, 22-23, I think we had around 80. The goal was to get it down to about half. We got about to 44. We were pleased with that. So we want to continue to get 50%. So get it down to 22 out of school suspensions. This year, we have not had a lot of suspensions. The ones we have been for what we would say safety issues. The very positive thing is we have not had any vaping suspensions this year, and I think we've had any vaping, but we have not caught any kids vaping, which has been really positive for us. Attendance. Talked about before, our goal is to get from 61 to 75%, meaning that we have an extra 40% of students who have less than 18 days of missing school. It is a critical thing we need to work on. If kids aren't here, they cannot learn. So we do not have the attendance numbers here for 22, 23, 24. That's why there's a blank there. But once again, we are doing work right now to make sure our kids understand the importance of it, and I'll show you what we're doing with that right now. Okay, so addressing the barriers that we're struggling right now, we're doing an attendance campaign. One of the things we just did was a 3-week challenge with the support of the parent boosters, where students were being marked by the first period class to see how many. 2 minutes. So that's been good. You'll see a postcard, the picture of the postcard that we're sending out right now that talks about kids who are missing on a regular basis. We want to make that personal connection with kids. Maybe why aren't they coming? So a friendly adult cares about them. Cell phone rules, we have removed cell phones. The only time kids can use cell phones at lunchtime. And what I appreciate about the kids is we said we're not having cell phones anymore. And they went, okay. And we are really seeing kids follow that rule. Classroom behavior norms, tier 1. You'll see those on the right. These are the things that we're asking all staff to monitor. One of the things we talked about as a staff, if one teacher doesn't follow the rules, it impacts all the other kids. It also impacts the rest of the teachers. So we need to be unified. And what I love about that is teachers took charge of that and said, you've got to don't let each other down. Let's fight. And they have been really good following the rules. And that's, I think it's made it, because we're so tight on this, that has helped. STAT team meets every week to talk with students securely. We have a new bathroom pass system where kids need to check out, and that has been, boy, that has been great. And so now we've got kids that are going 5 or 6 times a day. They're going twice maximum. And so we're able to check that, see who's not there. And those are kids who are trying to go a lot more. We'll keep asking extra passes. We check on that and we find out why they're not going to class, but that's been wonderful. And then good news, Club 8, Club Unite is back. So that's going to be supported by Unite Washougal. They're able to get a grant and working with school districts. So we're excited to have kids who come back on Thursdays. How'd I do? Done? Boom. Questions? That's fast.
So we're going to start at this.
Yeah, we're gonna start this in a minute, and then we'll start.
Okay, thank you. Couple questions.
Yeah.
So you mentioned with math getting through the lesson. How long is an average class right now?
It's just like 52 to 55 minutes.
Okay.
So, and the lessons are designed for about an hour, so it's already a
Stretch.
little truncated, but with every lesson has an entry point, a warm up, and then an exit ticket or cool down. So trying to get through that whole process when you're also teaching and trying to, meet with kids individually and support them can be a little bit challenging. So this is something they started working really hard on last year, but and it's going well, but we still need to work on it.
We have to be very careful. We have to make sure that they do the warm up and the cool down. That's a really important assessment. So what Cheryl McIntyre has taught the teachers is there's multiple steps, but do you know if you're running behind time, what you can recut so they still get the lesson? So that's been part of it. Mm-hmm. And so training them to be able to do that has been our work. So now there's that consistency of start up, warm up, cool down.
Thank you. And then I really appreciate the longitudinal data to be able to see that. What's a good increase? And there's what's good, we're happy with this, and what's wow, that's amazing. You haven't?
Yeah, scale score at least 30 a year. So even if you look at individually, you'd want to see at least 30 points increase a year. And same with the cohort, because that's near, give or take.
Yeah.
But yeah, at least 30. So if a kid is not earning a level 3 or 4, they need more. They might need 40 to 50 points. They might need even more, but it's, it's individual. So that's averaged out as a cohort, but at least 30.
Okay. Yeah. And then any ideas what happened in the 6th grade ELA? What led to that?
There was a teacher that struggled. Yeah. So that's been addressed and moving forward.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
A couple of quickies. One is Club 8, Club Unite. What offerings are for the kids? This is an enrichment program, I think.
Yes.
And so what are the kids able to do?
Well, hopefully if we can continue what we used to do, we would have like a kindness club, we'd have a leadership club, STEM will come in doing robotics, for example. Lego robotics, they'll just do regular robotics. We'll have open gym, board games. You know, we've had self-defense classes come in. What we do know is it will be a phone-free zone. We want kids, it's not just gonna sit in the room and hang with their friends on the phone. We want them to do something constructive. So it's gonna be just like the same school rules. So it really is, Teacher Danny used to do art classes. So it's really gonna come down to parent volunteers and people who are gonna be willing to help out. So it's very flexible. Sometimes, you know, we did foreign language there for a while there. We had whatever we can find.
Yeah, it's once a week.
Yes, on Thursdays.
Yeah, got it. Just out of curiosity, 6th grade, how many kids does a teacher see during the day?
Well, go by 28 in the classroom, around 140 kids.
Okay, and how many teachers does a 6th grade kid see during the day?
They see 6 teachers.
6 teachers, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you have anything?
I guess I'm just curious. So I know we only get test scores once a year,
Yeah.
but is there any formal way to check in during the year? Or is it mostly just the individual teachers tracking, or is there more of a?
Well, we try to do that through our PLC process of looking at formative assessments that teachers create together, or it's curriculum based. So reviewing those on a regular basis, seeing if they align or making sure they align to their essential standards. And then just the formative assessments they do in their own classroom. And then we also do SBAC practice tests, interim. And so we get data from that as well. That's really helpful. And also lets teachers know where their students are currently at and where they might need to get a little bit more practice before the end of the year SBAC test.
That's one of the best things I think about PLCs is you're really starting to see teachers using data. And what I like about PLCs is every teacher is expected to bring data now, and they have norms and expectations. And if you don't bring it, then there's this, why didn't you bring that? So I like the pressure that they put on each other and hold each other accountable. It's been great.
So I guess I'm curious too, we've heard from other schools, there's been some like turnover, and so the PLC process hasn't been as smooth, like, so have you experienced that, or do you feel like it's continuing to?
We haven't had much turnover in our PLCs, and I think the difficult one this year was joining history and ELA, where history was just making a ton of progress, but then joining them together, even though they're all essentially kind of like English teachers, but just trying to become a team and realizing, okay, wait, we have the same goal. We need to work on essays. And it just took a little while to get them going, and now they're doing great. So that was our, that was our learning curve this year, but it's been pretty smooth for us, and they're continuing that work.
Jim has a question too.
That's
Hey everyone, my video is not working. Sorry about that. I had a question about the SBAC scores and wondered whether, I guess I can think about it 2 ways. The question is how much the attendance issue is impacting those SBAC scores, and whether there's a way to disaggregate the scores of students who are in class learning every day. Seems in first principles, they should be doing better. But if they're not, then there points to a different problem in terms of getting all the scores up there.
Yes, actually, the attendance goal was a result of our a couple of staff meetings to discuss our SIP plan goals. And when we were looking at the data and the state data, Heidi Keller brought up, wait a second, our attendance is terrible. This is absolutely impacting test scores. And what can we do about it? And I said, well, wait, that's gonna be a separate staff meeting because we need, we need to get through our SIP goals. And so I took notes from that meeting and that's how we came up with the attendance campaign. And letters go home once a month that I generate with David's name on them, with their student's name, the parent's name, how many days they've missed that month. And then teachers write the postcards to students, and those are positive. Those are the, hey, we missed you. And we should disaggregate that data to see how students, I don't know if there's a way in our current portal, but we can look into that, but it would be great information to have. But we do know students in general who miss a lot of school are not doing as well academically.
Yeah, just that the interpretation would be your teachers are doing great if the students come, or there's something a little deeper than that. But I applaud your efforts of working on attendance. It's a nationwide issue in terms of post-COVID getting kids to actually come to school. So thank you.
I just have one quick question. Do you think that the low attendance is still because parents are still kind of, I know as a parent, I will keep my child home sometimes, probably when he should go to school, maybe with a cold type of a thing, because I think some parents might still be fearful of, because we were taught, don't send your kid to school. So could that be part of the reason maybe? Because we're still stuck in that.
I'm going to go on and say I think the threshold for staying home has changed.
Okay.
My mum used to say you're either dead or you're missing a limb before you miss a day of school. That was hard. That was a hard threshold to hit. But I do feel, with a student has a little bit of anxiety or stomach ache, they're like, oh, I'm going to stay home. Right. I would like parents to let us know that and see what we can do.
And that's in our attendance letter as well.
Right.
It says if there's something bigger going on, please contact Mr. Cook or, the school nurse, the school counselor. So we're trying to point kids when they come into chronically come into the health room and things like that too. Right. Do we need to talk to a counselor? Are we really sick or are we nervous? Are we upset? Right. Are we anxious? I think Nurse Tracy is doing a great job explaining to kids, no, we're not sending you home and here's why. Right. But yeah, I think we're still a little sensitive to like, oh, I'm not feeling really great right now. I might need to go home. And we're like, wait a minute, can we take a little break? Right. And reset and go back or provide the right support that they need in that time. Right? That's when they're there. You just want to grab them, say, okay, what's going on? Right. For example, 6th grade stomach ache. We all know that's normally anxiety and stuff.
They may not know that still, but you guys could explain that to them and maybe they'll understand.
Often it could be, I don't like my first period class. That's a factor as well.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But we're trying to work out how do you respectfully say, hey, get your kid to come. We also don't want them to come to say they're really sick either. So it's hard to trying to work out the best ways. We just had that conversation. How do you tactfully say that? Hey, just come to school.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I want to thank Tiffany, David, for your presentation. Great conversation. We're going to take about a minute and transition. And Jake Healy is next.
All right, David, Tiffany, thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Don't start without me.
Okay.
You want to switch, Jake?
It's okay. Get back to my tower.
I'm going to talk to you about this.
Okay.
I'm part of it and I have to.
Okay.
It might need a musical show.
You can go ahead and go.
Okay. I think I would change it. I didn't want to.
You're so
challenge.
I wouldn't have judged you.
That would have been amazing.
The first thing I said to him this morning was like, you're not wearing that. It's his first day back. I'm like, you're not wearing that to the board meeting, are you?
They're on this.
Take care of it.
So bring this right. I was gonna say you can minimize that.
I'm so excited about Club United Day.
No, I am too. Tracy put out it, also hopefully, I mean, she does a great job.
Yeah.
Roll the lace on people.
Yeah.
To do things for the community, so.
Yeah.
That's a good example.
She's got a great beach.
I don't think so.
So she's got a
Right.
putting it together.
Switch into the.
I hope so. I just hope
Yeah.
that the there was just
Yeah.
volunteers than last time. When I helped last time, I didn't, it wasn't last year, it was the year before, right?
It's there.
And it's-
I'm doing all of myself.
I know.
Oh, there you go.
You spent your entire time in the gym.
Do I need help?
Question about that number.
Attitude.
This is some information on how they come up with that number. Timmy said it's on a scale of 1 to 10. So it's based on the score, positive score of ability and math combined.
Oh, got it.
Okay.
That makes
Thank you.
So just a little more information. Clearly, it's perfectly clear. The calculation happens for each subgroup, but
It's that visual story.
great.
all right. You should have Canyon Creek's presentation, hard copy.
All right, you're ready. You are up.
Okay, well, thank you. I want to start by just saying I apologize for being a little bit late to the meeting. So thanks for your understanding of that. And thank you for being here tonight to listen to the presentation. I'll actually probably be saying a lot of the same things that David and Tiffany said, so and especially about that partnership. It's been great. So how I want to start off was just kind of grounding ourselves in the vision and mission of Canyon Creek. Canyon Creek is a middle school where it's a community where everyone learns without limits. That's what we envision and what we try to bring every day. Our mission is that we foster strong relationships. We have personalized learning and equitable opportunities to ensure learning without limits. I like to emphasize that community and relationships are kind of central to how we do things out there. You'll see that in the vision and mission. It's something that we take a lot of pride in, and it's something that I think makes it a unique and special place out there. It's very community centric. For those of you who have visited or spent time there, you'll know that it's a tight knit community. In terms of just demographics, a lot of this is last year's demographics. It looks very similar to this year's demographics. So this is if you were to go to the state website, the report card, you would find that we had about 168 students. We're running right about 170 in terms of our FTE. You go head count. We've got a number of kids who come in for a period or two. We also have a bunch that just play sports with us. I know that's the same at all of our secondary schools. So in any given day, there's probably closer to 175, 176 students that walk through our doors. It's pretty evenly split in terms of guys and gals, and a lot of those other characteristics that we bring. I do think that it's important to call it. There's been a big change that's happened over the past few years. We definitely downsized, as the entire district has. That's led to some shuffling around of teachers and things. That happened for us last year as well as this year. And in fact, in many ways, we kind of leveled off a little bit last year and this year. So while we reduced in terms of our staffing, we started that process a couple of years ago because we were already done with that enrollment pinch. And so when we look at some of these numbers, some of those things will be real accurate. Some of them will have changed a little bit. And then you guys did a great job talking about the Washington School Improvement Framework, but I wanted to share that as well. We actually used it a lot when we were developing our SIP. We looked at it last year. One of the cool things that came out with us when we looked at this was that we noticed that there's this growth, right? And as Tiffany and David were saying, we're looking for those gray, right? Especially those dark blue gray bars. That's something that we're trying to achieve. And then we're looking for that growth. And one of the things that we see at Canyon is there's been some consistent growth that's happened. So when you look at that 2019 run compared to 2022, right? We don't talk about those years in between. And then 23, we've got that continued growth going. And then as you guys probably were aware, OSBI also shared that CCMS was honored and awarded some recognition for the 21 and 22 year, as well as the 22 and 23 school years for those groups, showing significant differences in the gaps. So some of our student groups or subgroups actually showing growth. And you can see that, especially in our low income groups and our students with disabilities groups, where there's been some significant growth, getting us from those kind of orange salmon, I'm not sure what you call those colors, up and out. And we actually used that when we developed our goal last year. We said we want a subgroup goal. So if you looked at this, you probably noticed one subgroup stands out, right? It's that last one there, our students with disabilities. And our teacher sat down and we said, let's look at that. Let's figure out what we can do with that. We had some student data on what was going on there. We had surveyed our students and said, how do you feel about school throughout that year prior? It wasn't great. When we looked at our students with disabilities, they were significantly lower in how they connected to school and how they felt about school. So we said, we know that group's struggling, and we kind of hypothesized that if we could connect with them better, we could make them more comfortable at school. Maybe we could see some growth in how they're doing academically as well. So we set a goal to increase our connections with our students with disabilities specifically. And we used positive contacts with students. So we actually set up a mentoring program where we identified every kid, we assigned them an adult, and we would check in at staff meetings on have we been talking to that kid? What are they up to? And not necessarily what are they up to academically, but are they riding dirt bikes on the weekend or fishing or hunting or riding horses or whatever it is, but what are they doing in the world outside school? And then we tracked that. We tried to make contact home. We surveyed our students throughout the year about how things were going. And we got some interesting data on that. The student survey data had a low response number, so it was an optional one, and they had to self-identify for groups they belonged to. And it turns out students didn't want to self-identify as having disabilities. So we'd end up with like 3 students responding that they had that, which led to some unreliable data when it came to the student perception data. But we had that mentor tracking data, so we made a lot of connections with these kids. And so then we kind of looked at, as we got our growth data and our data coming in from this past year, did we make inroads? Did we academically show success? And it turns out we did. So our state achievement rates for this subgroup went up by 1% in math, 12% in ELA, and 19% in science. So pretty significant. And then our student growth data, so when you look at, instead of achievement, how did they grow relative to their peers across the state? So when we're looking at our students with disabilities, you can see that in 2023, they showed less growth relative to their peers than our non-identified students. So you would see that they significantly grew less than our students without disabilities. In 2024, we flipped that. So our students with disabilities actually showed greater growth than our students without disabilities relative to their statewide peers, which is a pretty cool statistic in a lot of ways, right? So it shows that we made a lot of impact with those students. So we counted that as a positive. And we said, great, it looks like we really made some growth there. This year we said, what if we could do some of the same by increasing our connections to all students? So we set an SEL goal. We said we want to focus on problem solving, decision making, and connections with students. So connections is one of those pieces. As you'll see in the data I present going forward, we identified that our 6th grade especially struggled last year. If you look at the statewide data, it'll be very clear that our 6th grade academic achievement was not as high as our 7th and 8th grade. And we said, well, what's going on with them? And then we said, what can we do as a whole to build up this connection piece and to build up social emotional skills? And so we identified that we wanted to demonstrate growth in responsible decision-making and problem-solving skills as evidenced by a 10% decrease in behavioral referrals. We had a lot of referrals relative to what we felt should happen, especially with that 6th grade. But we felt like a lot of the behaviors that were coming up were a result of that lack of maybe connection. Our 6th graders had identified fewer adults they felt comfortable with. And then on the whole, we felt like we could build on what we had developed previously. In terms of what that looks like, our SEL action steps, we use Character Strong, and they've been redesigning the lessons within Character Strong actually quite a bit. So we use a specific program within that, the 25 lesson program. And then we are trying to identify a lot of avid skills and strategies that we've integrated into our advisory program. So we meet once weekly for social emotional advisory classes. We have an intervention team that currently meets every other week to talk about students. We talk about students who academically, behaviorally, socially are struggling in some form. That can be students, talking to us and saying, hey, we're struggling. It can be parents reaching out. Sometimes it's the teachers saying, hey, you know, I have a student I'm concerned about. And we have a form they fill out and let us know, and we gather data. We also just look at the data. So we look at what are our grades, how are they going, or who's on our DNF list, who's struggling with our attendance, who is getting referrals, what's going on with there. And so we talk about those students. We set up interventions. So we have some target interventions. We actually built off of the high school's target intervention practices last year. We have a weekly study hall. So students actually come. Today was a study hall for 7th and 8th graders. They come during their lunch. They hang out. They have a connection with Miss Hinkie, our counselor who runs it. You know, I'm usually in the commons at lunch going, hey, did you check in? And they just have to go check in. They can say, hey, I turned an assignment in. They get a high five or a snack and they leave, or they sit and they work on something. And then they leave after they've done something. A lot of that's the missing work, how we try to catch them up. And in the meantime, they get to do it, kind of talk. They can work in groups. It's low key. It's not like a detention necessarily, but it's an intervention we try to do. Miss Hinkie, our counselor, and Miss Butler, our student assistance professional, also work on small groups. They showed some pretty good growth with some guys last year in 6th grade and wanted to repeat that this year. The guys were asking to come back. It also happened to be our guys who tended to have most of our referrals and behavior problems. So they had built that connection. It was really cool to see. We have a 6th grade study skills class that teaches some of these skills, and they're trying to really target this goal this year in that class. That's Mr. Hooser, who's taken that over. And then we've sent positive notes home to all families, and that's one that's really built on that idea of last year. So teachers have actually handwritten cards to students and mailed them to them if something happened in class that they wanted to just share with the family. We've gotten really good feedback on that from the families and from the kids, especially during conferences. Our math goal last year was 50% of Canyon Creek students at each grade level will score 3s or 4s on the 24 summative Smarter Balanced Assessment. We met that goal at 7th and 8th grade, which was pretty exciting. We struggled at 6th grade, where it was 35%, which was a significant drop from the previous year of 6th grade for us. We also beat the state at 7th and 8th grade as well. Again, just a little lower than the state average for our 6th grade. We talked a lot about what needs to happen with that as a staff. To put that in perspective, this is our 9-year trend. So looking back to 14-15, again, I know there's some gaps there because there was those weird COVID years. But if you were to look at that, you'd see you get a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, right? 6th in blue, 7th in red, 8th in yellow. Green is that average of them. When we were at our best, not only was our math higher, but it was typically more consistently clustered. And so one of the reasons we have this goal, and I don't know if you remember about a year ago, this time we talked about this as well. One of the goals at Canyon that we've set is trying to really cluster our scores to get them tighter together because we think everybody should be achieving. It shouldn't be kind of spread out. And that's really, really a challenge because you have cohorts of kids who come through with different strengths and challenges. And so we looked at this and we said, well, what's reasonable? We'd love to get back to our 15, 16, 16, 17. That was when Canyon was recognized as a school of distinction by OSPI. We're not quite there yet, although we did get some great recognition. So we said, what's a bite-sized chunk? What can we really target? And we believe 50% for every grade was a goal. So again, we made some real inroads on that. We are taking some steps with our 6th grade, which is now our 7th grade. So we kept our goal the same. We said we didn't quite achieve it. We came close. We got 2/3 of them there. But we need to do some things. So at 7th grade specifically, we adjusted what we do with bridges. So what you'll find at Canyon Creek is that all kids take another semester of math at 7th grade this year. There is no opting out of it. They all take 1.5 years now of math at the 7th grade. The Bridges class was previously a class, and it still exists in its, I think, original incarnation at Jemtegaard. And it was targeted as a way to try and get kids ready for algebra. So it was our step to algebra. There was another class that runs concurrently with algebra for 8th graders who couldn't get into Bridges for whatever reason. At Canyon, we're so small, it was a scheduling nightmare every year to try and get kids, because if they had band seemed to always conflict with with Bridges, and then kids were stressed and like, I won't be ready for algebra. I don't know what I'll do. And so it just became a problem. And we said, we have this opportunity. Our comprehensive learning support specialist or our case manager, Catherine Baxter, had been working in the Bridges class and with Leanna Bond, our 7th and 8th grade math teacher, very closely. And they kind of said, you know, I'd love to be in Bridges. And I talked a lot with Leanna about like, what can we do? How can we address this issue with our 6th grade and get these? They obviously have some grade level deficits. And so they now team teach that. And what they do is they actually have these kids work in different groups. And you'll see these things like there's different groups in the room going on, and then they actually pull out and take kids to other groups. And it's not the special ed students going with Miss Baxter or this high achieving group going with Miss Baxter. It's kind of a mix, but they try to really target and get to these different kids in different ways and build on those skills. So they're building back that foundational pieces that they may have been missing. And the goal there is we think we're going to see a lot of growth. And then every kid theoretically is going to walk out of there potentially ready for algebra. They'll still have to test and show that they're ready for that, but they're at least getting exposure to some of the ideas and things they would need for that. Also, I think the PLCs were mentioned, the partnership at JMS, our teachers go down there and they work closely with them. And the work on essential standards and common formative assessments has been really crucial to some of the success we've had. We talk about math at our staff meetings, we talk about ELA at our staff meetings, and then we've made our paraeducator support a focus with math classes over the past 2 years. Our ELA goal last year was 70% of Canyon Creek students at each grade level will score 3s or 4s on the 24 Smarter Balanced Assessment. We did not meet that, unfortunately, but we came so close at 7th and 8th grade. It was 68%, depending on where you look, it was like 70 or 67 point something, I think, for the 8th grade. To put that in like human body perspective, that's about 1 student at Canyon. So 2% is roughly, right? We have about 60 kids a class. So we were like that close, right? I know I can think of 1 kid where I'm like, we could have gotten you there. There was just 1 that it just bothers me to no end because he missed the assessment. And I was like, hey, you got to go take the test. And he just clicked his way through it because he was so annoyed he had to take it that morning. And he was, very smart kid who definitely would have succeeded. He's probably doing great at high school now. But he was just like grumpy in the morning. He's like, I'm not doing this. So it's like, that happens. So, and again, you'll see our 6th grade struggle a little more significantly than our other classes. But we came really close. Our teachers were proud of the growth that was shown there. Again, our 7th and 8th grade were noticeably higher than the state level. So some things while we didn't quite meet our goal, I don't think we have to be upset about too many things there, but there's definitely some areas, opportunities for growth, especially with that cohort in 6th grade. To look at that same longitudinal data, you'll see, why do we pick 70%? Well, if you look at when we were at our best, it was about 70.6% or 70.4, or 70.63, according to my notes. Would have been that average at the 15-16 year. So we are actually trying to hit that same prior average since we've kind of started doing these SBAC scores. We think we can do it. Last year we had that, we got them close together, and then we just kind of took a little bit of a nosedive with our 6th grade. That 6th grade in particular, they're showing a ton of growth in ELA this year as well. They were one where cohort-wise they'd struggled actually earlier, and then did an amazing job in 5th grade. The Cape team just did awesome with it, knocked it out of the park. They grew a ton, and then we just weren't able to continue to capitalize on that and build on that. So we kept our goal. It's the same as last year. The teachers they said, we're doing good work on that. We're making progress. We want to stick with it. In terms of ELA in action, as I mentioned, we talk about it at staff meetings. The PLCs are doing wonderful work there. We've got a little more consistency going on in some of the things. The purposeful action in social studies, I think, has already been spoken to, but that's a definite emphasis. In terms of where I think we're making up a lot of ground at Canyon, it's the same teacher for them this year. So one of the changes we made to help ELA was they now have their ELA and social studies back to back with the same teacher. So that teacher knows exactly what's happening in their ELA class and can continue it on in social studies potentially. And gets to know those students really well. It's just one of those benefits of being kind of a smaller school, provided that opportunity. How I know we'll make it is because that 8th grade that we just sent off to the high school was not the highest achieving at 6th grade ever. In fact, they struggled a bit. And so you can see this in this graph. This is that cohort data. They were able to show significant growth. And they did that each year until they became this pretty high achieving group. I believe we're going to find that same success with our current grades as well. And then I would be remiss not to comment on the amazing work our social our team is doing because they are rock stars. Mr. Hooser and Mr. Rice are just amazing. One of the coolest things is you can see that blue bar on this graph is growing. That's the number of students who get 4s that exceed the state benchmark. So it was about 77%, I believe, that met or exceeded. So they have done that. They've worked overtime. They've been doing PLC work long before the district was really pushing PLC work with the intensity it has now. I believe they're just a wonderful team. So I think my time's just about up. So I will go to questions.
Nice job, Dave. All right, we've got questions.
I know, we'll start with you.
So I guess I'm curious, so I've heard 6th grade is generally struggle like across the board then, is that the same cohort, and any theories?
I think 6th grade in general, like if you were looking at statewide or beyond, 6th grade is a transition year that sometimes is really challenging. 9th grade will be another one of those years. So I think it causes us to look at, what are we doing with this transition? How can we smooth it out? What is that? One of the things that we've been talking about with the high school actually is this vertical alignment. So our teachers have actually gotten together a couple times. We have another one potentially coming up, right? Talking about how do we do this, right? What does it mean when we're looking back and saying, we want these students to know these things, and our middle school teachers want to talk to elementary, and they want to talk to high school and kind of hear how can we get ready for high school, but also how can we combine with the elementary? It's a funny thing, I think, at Canyon, because 90% of our kids walk down the hall for 6th grade. And yet it's still a totally different system, right? It's 6 periods. They're moving about all day. For some kids, they shine. It's amazing. And for other kids, it's really a struggle. It's more to keep track of. They've got different teachers. One of the ideas of combining our social studies and ELA was just to reduce the number of teachers that they interact with. And the number of places they go. Additionally, we've gotten very small, and there's only so many teachers you're going to see. So they're going to have them all, right? So we've got 10 teachers. We share 3 of them, I believe, with Cape now. So it's a small group there, and they get to know each other real well. The students get to know them well, and I'm hoping that actually will minimize some of that transition anxiety.
Jim, did you have any questions?
Yes, I did. Thank you. First, great collaboration between the middle schools. Really happy to see that. Nice to see those scores as opposed to I've seen. I wonder, as we all are, what is it about CCMS that seems to be working well academically? Is it just the fact it's a smaller school, there's closer student contact, counselor contact, or is there something special? I think the science scores might indicate that it really, the impact of individual outstanding teachers is impressive. I think I love the idea of combining in 6th grade some classes to ease that transition from one teacher all day to complete chaos. Appreciate Jake and his team trying to find the tactics that work to improve the performance of students with disabilities and apply those to everybody. That seems like a really good thing. Question, does the academic success of the Canyon Creek Middle School students follow them into high school, and those are kind of the outstanding high school students? Or is there any way to track that? That's maybe a question for Mark later on, but just something I'm wondering in my mind. Appreciate the goal setting and hopefully that 70% goal goes to 80 to 90. I think most of our goals is for all of our students to be achieving those 3s and 4s, and that's a long range goal, but I think it's a reasonable goal. And then finally on the algebra, I like what I heard as far as expanding 7th grade math. My concern about that as somebody who really got into algebra is that a lot of those abstract concepts that are required to excel in algebra, there's a window in elementary school where you pick up that abstraction and sets of objects, not just random numbers, but I hope that the intervention in 7th grade will help our kids do better in algebra. But in my mind, I still think the time to really start that intervention is much earlier than middle school. But that's my comments. Thank you.
Jim. James, do you have anything?
Yeah, I think mine kind of goes along with Jim's question that he asked at the beginning of that, which is, you saw a trend up this year, whereas in a lot of schools we've seen a trend down. And I'm just curious, I know it's not one thing, but if there were like a top 3 things you would point that towards, what from your lens has made that impact?
Like what's different about Canyon? Was that kind of it?
Yeah, or just
Yeah,
what's
so
changed from last year to this year, where we're
Oh.
continuing to mostly see the increases?
I think the PLC work is really one I would point to. I think that's where, I kind of mentioned I feel like our science team up there, and they're amazing teachers. Like they are wonderful teachers, but they're also amazing collaborators. And so they will tell you, one of the first things they'll tell you about their success is because they partnered together. They got together and said, what are the skills that they need to succeed in 8th grade? And how do we build those out along the way? And so everything that, Mr. Hoozer's 8th grade scores, happens, it happens in 6th grade, it happens in 7th grade. And he's able to just take them so much farther because they have all these things down by 6th and 7th grade. And that was purposeful, and that was PLC work that they did together. And so I think that's where we're starting to see some of that again. The math scores that we saw some success with. Leanna Vaughn she's just an amazing collaborator too. She's a great teacher and she collaborates wonderfully and she tries things. She's like, that didn't work, let's try this. Right. And so it's just this cool, I don't want to say we experiment on kids, but when things aren't working, we need to identify that and change and try new things. And doing that, I think, has led to a lot of success. That's one thing. That's 3. That's the biggest.
Thank you.
To make sure I understood Jim's point, your successes with the kids with disabilities, and you have made a conscious effort to translate those successful techniques to the rest of the staff.
Yeah, so it's not called out in the SEL goal necessarily because we talked about problem solving. We're trying to identify a standard, one of the SEL standards from the state. But what we've kind of tacked in there is connecting to kids. And one of the things we did this fall so far was we've sent notes home, which is that similar thing.
So what I heard you saying was that connecting with kids made a real difference.
It did, yes.
And that is what
that would
the
be
whole staff is building on.
Yeah.
Question 2, how many kids does the teacher see during the day?
It should be about the same. Well, so
smaller school, I understand.
Yeah, right. Like our kids see the same teacher sometimes 3-4 times a day.
Okay.
Like it's possible. Most of them will see at least one teacher twice. So again, class sizes isn't that different. 28, we're running over in our 6th and 7th grade. It's closer to 30, 31, 32 per class, but that same class sometimes will sit in one spot. They get up, they move, they take a break, but they're in the same room. So any given teacher, it's a pretty big range.
Yeah.
But we run a 6-period day with about 30 kids per class.
You're talking about the disabilities kids, and you mentioned the word connections, that the teachers are having connections with kids. So it sounds like also because of your size and teachers having same group of kids more than once through the day, there's more opportunity for connections.
Yeah, when we get new students, I usually tell them there's nowhere to hide. And I love it.
I don't have any questions. I am looking forward though to coming up and visiting you because I missed that last year. And I keep hearing the PLC work. It sounds like it's working. I've been here almost 4 years now. And I started hearing it and then now I just see it. It looks like it's really working and it's exciting. So I definitely want to see your science class when we go up there. Sounds like an interesting class. That's all. Here.
No, I think that's great. Thanks, Jay.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Jay, nice job.
Next is Mr. Gassel.
Next is Mr.
Nice.
Gassel, the high school.
So we get to spend an hour. You might want to stand up, move around a little bit, maybe do some
I need to wait for a
calisthenics.
second.
What we got? Temperature wise, how we doing?
Fine.
A little chilly.
I'm always.
Wait, don't ask.
I'm always.
Don't have to turn up the heat. It's standing best. I have one of those in my office. My favorite thing.
I like those. My husband has.
No, we're back here.
You know, Jake said, you're gonna hear some of the.
Yeah, consistency.
And some of those slides were intentional, they have trend data.
I really like to see how some of them have done it, like following the kids, the fifth, sixth, seventh, because it gives you a better idea of like, okay, maybe they're below, but like they're way below back in fifth, and we've made that improvement each year over year.
I do like seeing that.
I find that helpful because especially at smaller schools, you get one really talented
class
class
next
next to you all your
Distributional
results.
thing though,
Oh, yeah.
6, 7, 8, real quick on it.
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting. I didn't realize that you
Just
had.
a reminder, the Zoom is still on.
Yeah.
Still being recorded.
Sorry.
This year's ours.
No, this would be last year's base. Yep, that's that same cohort over time. Yeah.
Right, so there isn't those numbers, it's hard to understand. There's so many different numbers. ELA has its own. Math is its own. Science is a different scale.
Right. Well, that's what I was looking at, like
Yeah, so that's
the
why.
math school, 69%. It helps you attention. Yeah.
I didn't know though that, Hannah Creek has schools, or
Keep us on track.
Connor's like.
I think that's our sign. We gotta get back to work.
I opened.
Ready?
Mr. Castle, you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, Teresa will give you a.
So I want to take this opportunity to introduce Mark Castle, our principal at Washougal High School.
Thank you. So I'm Mark Hassel, the principal at the high school, and behind me is my associate principals, Mary Andreotti and Brian Wild. So after hearing everybody else's, I hope I'm long enough. I cut a bunch of stuff out because I felt like 20 minutes felt really short. And so hopefully I could highlight all the things that we're doing this year. So our mission is to empower and prepare all students to be college, career, and life ready. And we kind of shortened that in the last couple of years because I started asking people like, what's our mission? And people couldn't tell me. And so if your staff can't tell you what your mission is, then is it really your mission? So that's something that we've been really, reinforcing as a college career and life ready for all our students. Because that really means kind of three different things. So our current enrollment is 977 with a 32% free and reduced lunch. I think that number is actually lower than what it should be. I know I have a number of students that I'm talking to and they're like, well, I just can't get the paperwork filled out. And so we're working on that process. I think one of the interesting numbers I put on here is our current running start numbers. So if you take a look at that, that's 12.6% this year, or 79 students that are part-time and 45 students are full-time. And if you look down below, I have the 23-24 demographic information because that's what's available in the state. And you see that we had 69 part-time and 33 full-time running start students. So, a jump in 10 part-time and a jump in 12 full-time running start students this school year, which is a significant impact on your advanced level courses. The high school, when a bunch of students determine they're going to go and take courses at Clark College. I think there's a couple reasons for that. The cost of education is a big one, right? So it's pretty hard to turn down. You're going to and go to Running Start and get a jump start on my college education for a significantly reduced price, essentially free minus books and those sort of things. Opportunities for students to take online classes. So now travel is not an issue. They can take them at home and we're hearing a lot of, coming out of COVID, a lot more students are wanting that flexible schedule. And some kids were saying, well, I can work the jobs that are more available and then do my classes whenever I want, which they can't do at the high school and like AP level courses. I think that's also a testament to our push that we've been doing is the post-secondary push we've been talking about in our advisory classes the last couple of years, and really this college ready attitude that we're trying to prepare kids for is, I think that's actually starting to take hold. Some students are like, well, yeah, well then I'll go right now. And so that's really good for them, but it does create some other challenges for us in the high school. Also think we take a look at our data here. Our big two groups in the school are our white students, and our Hispanic population has grown a lot in the last couple of years, which is awesome to see. Everything else is staying pretty even across the last couple of years growth-wise. So here's our goals from last year. So we had I put a yellow check mark beside the 90% graduation rate because we were oh so close. So I thought it wasn't quite green, but it was, like Jake said, one kid or two kids from that 90%. So that was, I put that on there as that was as good as we were going to get for that class. We hit our SBAC scores in passing from 54 to 65, which we'll talk about. And then our math, I put a red minus because we clearly did not meet our math goals. And we'll talk about that shortly. We did have goal 2. We had a big goal of having 100% of our staff and PLCs pulling student data and using data-driven instruction practices in their PLC to make decisions and instructional changes. And we had 100% of our staff doing that last year. Move over to our climate and culture. Like CCM has talked about, this connection with kids is important to us. That's part of the big part of the climate in the school I've been trying to build is we want to connect with kids. We're with them as much as many of their family members are and their friends are, and having an adult connection at school is important for attendance and the climate in their school. So we did that. We had more students feel like they were connected with a staff member. And then we wanted also to have students. One of the things we heard last year in our student voice team, the students weren't treating each other with respect. And we were hoping that that was going to increase, and it did not. So we'll talk about that shortly as well as one of our goals. Okay, so here's the Washougal School Improvement Framework trends you've seen for the last couple of years that everybody else has been talking about. You'll see some positives, and again, in our Hispanic and Latino students, we're increasing there, which is great to see. I think some of that's just been the number when we had a much smaller population back in 2019. And so it was a couple kids made a difference. And now, like I said, we have 15% of our students. And so I think they're feeling seen and heard. And we've done a lot of work around carrying over the work the middle school did about having those students feel seen and heard and involved and a voice in the school, and then support systems put in place, like Sandy Renner and some of our other staff members that have been helping build that community of support. And I think some of that is also this culture around the college and career readiness is we actually have a number of those students in Running Start this year, which is really exciting. They're first time, some of them are first time high school graduates, and they're definitely first time college students. So that's been really awesome to see. The other ones that really got impacted, we've been dropping down in most of them since 2019. That goes to our test scores. We started looking, like digging in, like why were these going down? And it's really the significant impact has been on the test scores, and then a minor impact has been on attendance. So our low income students is something we're going to focus on here shortly too. So when we did a data review, we started thinking about like, what do our goals want to be this school year? At the beginning of the school year, one of the first things we did is we took our spring climate survey data over the last 3 years and put all the questions, like 12 of the questions up for staff to look at. And it wasn't just our teachers, it was the day when we had all of our staff there, classified custodians, culinary, everybody was in there. We started thinking, like, what do we want to focus on as a climate and culture piece of our school? And some of the other data pieces we came up, we looked at some discipline data and just some things that were happening around the school. And we came back to, again, we wanted this students treating each other with respect. That was one of our goals last year. And we've heard that from our student voice team, for our ASB, that students don't treat each other well. And that's hard to build a community when they don't treat each other with respect. And if you think about that being a college and career readiness skill, like treating people with diverse views with respect is a career ready skill and a life ready skill. So that's something we want to build in our students. And the other one was the pride that our students have in the school. It was kind of disappointing to see the numbers go down like this over the last couple of years. There's some data is a little skewed because in 22-23, we had like 600 kids take it, and then like 500, and then the 23-24 was only around 300 and some odd students that took it. But when you disaggregate the data on the number of freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors took it, it's actually a pretty similar ratio all 3 years. So although it's not perfect data, it was still concerning to see us to see that go down, and especially since the students that took the survey are generally your more engaged students. And we give it during their advisory time, the ones that cared, and they still responded that way. It was concerning to us. Some other things that they found concerning there last year was we had quite a bit of vandalism in our bathrooms, and the bathrooms were a place that students didn't feel safe. And so I think those all kind of go together, that kids weren't feeling like the school was something they respected and they valued. So those were two of the areas that the staff picked for us to focus on. Other data review is we went through and looked at our achievement levels on the students in ELA, math, and science. And you can see on here that our ELA scores are looking good. And the reason I'll break those down a little bit more here shortly, that I put this slide on here because you can see that our students in low income families are consistently achieving below our non-low income families. And you'll see a similar trend in our students receiving services, but when you break that data down, your low income students receiving services are consistently performing less than lower than our students in non-low income households. The challenge about targeting this group of students is it's still private information. So we can't, I can't go and say, here's our list of students that are struggling based on this data point. So it's something that we want to work on, but it's got to be more of a tier 1 school-wide goal rather than quite as targeted, because that's protected information from the student plans to be giving people that information. So it's just an area of concern. Here's our some trend data. I put it on like a bar graph versus trend line because I thought it was more interesting like this. So ELA 8th grade cohort to 10th grade cohort, you can see that we're making strong growth. So we are going up from 64% of 3 or better to 75% 3 or better for the 10th grade assessment from the same group of students in their 8th grade year. So our English is doing phenomenal. When you look at the 3-year trend, again, from 21-22 to 23-24, we are continuing to grow. We had a little dip the year before, but we did a lot of work, and we're growing in that group of 10th graders going into level 4s, and our level 1s are going down and level 2s are going down. So our 1s are going to 2s, 2s are going to 3s, and 3s are going to 4s in ELA. And we'll talk about some of the things that our English teachers are doing to get us there here shortly. I think I'm going way too fast.
We'll have lots of questions.
Math, unfortunately, opposite direction. Our math department is working really, really hard, and so when the scores are going down, it's been very frustrating for them to see that we go from 46 passing down to 30% passing for this cohort of students. Now, if you look at our state, it says we're passing at 27%. I think that is because instead of this 30%, I think there's a difference in, this is only showing the kids that took the test, and when they don't take the test, they count against you as a 0. And I think this also, the state scores include students that come into us that weren't necessarily with us in 8th grade. So I believe this is just the same group of students that the state had from 8th grade to sophomore years, but we're not 100% sure. The only kind of saving grace in the disappointment in this is the statewide trend is from about 5th grade on, state test scores go down every year. And so that's a statewide trend that we as a state are trying to solve. And the concerning, I guess that we did make some growth from the 22-23 to the 23-24 school year. You'll see we went up we went down in 1s, went up in 2s, went up in 3s, and went up in 4s from the 22-23, but it was some disappointing numbers just in general compared to what we had hoped to be doing. I think a lot of our work that we're doing in the math department will show up this year because a lot of the work we're doing was with our freshman algebra courses, and the test is primarily an algebra test. There's only a small amount of geometry in it, and they take it their sophomore year when they take geometry. So the work we're doing now, last year in our algebra courses, and the intentionality we're doing this year is hoping to pay off in what we're going to do, what our test scores will be. So we had 3 SIP goals. The first one is around climate and culture. And again, we want to increase students treating each other with respect from 46% to 60%. And the sense of pride in the school from 24% to 50% of the students on our spring climate survey. And we found when we were giving the survey 2 times a year, like they just took it in the spring and then they take it again in the fall. And it was pretty much similar information. And so we said, we're just going to start taking it in the spring after they've had the year to see how they feel about it. Otherwise, they're just telling us kind of how they felt, how they remember feeling the year before when they come in. And so why are we choosing that? Well, we think that the climate and culture in the school and the sense of pride in the school and the respect for each other is all around the classroom culture, right? And if you aren't feeling safe and respected in your school, then how are you going to collaborate with your peers, right? How are you going to feel safe answering questions in class? How are you going to feel working in groups with others or showing up every day? How's that going to impact your attendance? We know that attendance is down across the state. I don't have our numbers because, again, the most recent attendance numbers is from the year before, which, thank you, state. I'd like to have that now. We did some work last year hoping it would go up, but we don't know. So we think that it's going to improve our attendance, and we think it's going to improve our academic performance if kids are feeling a sense of belonging in the school. So how are we doing that? We're continuing to use the Jostens results formula, which is about recognizing and rewarding the behaviors we want to see. Attendance is one of those. We just did attendance recognition in the last assembly. We pulled some people out, and I actually stole Riley Vaughn's recommendation from Sandy Christensen and drew two random gift cards that I purchased myself out of my own account. That we gave out for Taco Bell for kids that were in the top 95%. And that was the quietest I've heard them in assembly waiting for me to announce them. We've got which was awesome. We got our rebranding going on. We pushed out We Show Up to our staff, which was really big about, we framed like, what does it mean to show up as a staff member? So it starts with our staff. And then we are working on, we worked that with students, and we're working on that with our whole environment we're doing with Jostens. Spirit days, we're focusing on building those fun spirit days where kids want to be part of things, and then focus on the classroom critical features. That's the consistent culture you're building in your classroom around the norms for learning and those sort of things. And we started last year, continue those, and then we're continuing to build our athletic teams in this core principles idea. SIP goal for math, we're hoping to get from 60% going up to a 2 or better, which is we're at 54.4 this year. So we're hoping to grow just over 5% and get from 27% passing a 3 or better to 35%. Doesn't sound like, ooh, those are numbers we really want to see, but we're looking at the cohort data is currently 53 and 31. So we're hoping to, instead of slide backwards, take that group, those group of students and press them up to a higher percentage passing. One of the ways we're doing that is we identified all the eighth graders that had got a low level 3 or a high level 2, and there's about 50 that are on 50 points each side of that. And we're targeting those students. We gave them to the math teachers and say, you need to know these students and where they're at. Make sure you know their interim scores. And we're going to build specific interventions between now and when we take the test in May, that those students are at standard when they take that test. The other part is getting them to try on it. So like Jake said, kid just punched right through. We did a big press release last year to parents trying like, hey, these scores are important. Please press upon your student to try their best. It's hard to get a high school student to sit down and say, hey, take this test. Why? Because the school really needs you to. And that's, so getting them to do that, that's also part of the respect for the school piece we're trying to build in for students. So they want to have pride in their school and the results we get. Tier 1 school, the other thing math is going through is they're looking through the state assessment resources and making sure that our formative assessments we're using in the classrooms are lining up to what they are suggesting we should be doing. So it's our understanding of the state standard, the same as what the state's understanding of the state standard. So just make sure that we're teaching the same level and that we're teaching everything in the right classes. We have PAT, which is this year a mobile intervention that kids can use about 2 times a month, where they're going and they're picking a teacher that they want to go get support with. And then effective PLCs. Our other goal is around English. Why? When English is doing well? Well, we know that English, your reading comprehension is a gatekeeper for being successful in college and career. So we're satisfied with 87% of our students reading at a level 2 or reading and writing at a level 2. We want to get 90% or above. We're trying to get to 100%, but we want those higher because that is a critical skill in every single college or career class they go to. They got to be able to read and write at a high level. Our English department has continued to do targeted instruction. They have assessments at the end of the year to target exactly what holes that group of students have, and then they go after them as a PLC and they build those skills. And then we have some school-wide accountability. I've asked all our social studies and performing arts to focus on English, and I asked all our other classes to focus on basic math skills because half the test is no calculator. So I asked every single class that's not English and social studies and performing arts to identify a point in their class where they're going to be bringing in math without a calculator in their class. So it doesn't matter if it's Spanish or ELA or if it's a shop class or PE, where are we building that basic non-calculator functional math skills so the students don't get hung up on those things on the state test versus the algebra. Other areas we identified as needing improvement from previous years, I think David talked about, we had similar problems, restrooms, hallways, kids being out of class. So the digital pass has been awesome. And the other one we heard from people was just general classroom behavior and teachers not feeling there was a system to address classroom behavior. So we put in a system this year for really clear classroom expectations and really clear process for teachers to follow and students to know the expectations around things. And it's so far worked really well. That's
Thank you. All right.
Let's speed up.
10 minutes for questions. Great.
Jim, do you want to go first?
Sure, I can go first. So interesting kind of double-edged sword conundrum of the running start students and the impact on what's left at high school. I hadn't really thought about that. So, well, let me start by just saying, nice presentation. Thank you, Mark, and your team, Mary and Brian. Things are looking, from my perspective, better than they looked last year. I really think the idea of integrating the basic math and ELA skills into other classes should be successful from my naive point of view. I wonder whether you might address whether those math and ELA successes are following the Canyon Creek students through high school, or whether they get to high school and they're just mixed up and some of those kids were coming in well prepared fall off and get into something else, or just curious whether you have any comments on that, Mark?
I don't necessarily, I haven't followed them from a specific middle school, but I think generally speaking, high performers coming in do well in high school, but we do see a drop in the number of students that are level 4s in math from middle school to high school. So there is a missing piece of the puzzle, which is why we've gone back through and tried to identify, are we teaching at the level we need to be teaching at? And I think we have been filling some like holes over the last couple of years, and we're raising the rigor in those classes. But that's one thing we've been doing this year, is going back through and making sure that we aren't and adding to and not creating other holes for students, because if they get level 4s in middle school, they should be getting level 4s in the high school, and some are not.
Okay. Just a general question: how many of your high school students are participants in athletics and extracurriculars? Is it half, 2/3, a quarter?
Let me turn around and ask Brian.
Yeah, so for the fall season, we had, when all was said and done, including taking out athletes who did not finish the season, we were at 241, which I think comes in at slightly over 25% of our population just for the fall sports season. Obviously, being a small school, we have a great culture of 2- and 3-sport athletes, so we'll have a lot of athletes who continue and do multiple sports, but we also have new athletes who will be coming in. So I think we could roughly approximate to 40 to 45% of WHS population participating in athletics as we track it. And athletics is not going to include the whole variety of other extracurricular high school experiences. I just met with our Knowledge Bowl team, who's going to their first meet tomorrow at Union. And in the 2+ years that I've had the opportunity to see them grow, Coach Croswell has increased the size of that group. So we now have 3 full Knowledge Bowl teams. We have drama putting on a play the next 2 weekends. So let me throw in shameless plug there.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes.
And we have over 40 Washougal High School students who are participating in that. So to answer your question, it was 241, probably about 40-45%. But we're all trying to really amplify the various ways that students engage in school well outside of school day.
The pep band probably has 30 to 40.
We took for pep band for that trip this last weekend up to Bremerton. I believe we had 35 pep band members, and those were just the ones who could go. That was probably half, if not a little bit more than half of the overall pep band side, which just keeps growing. We're gonna need a bigger stadium to fit all the pep band.
I mean, it seems like that's one mechanism by which kids can feel more pride for their school, for their friends, for the whole place. And that's I don't know how that compares to other high schools, but that sounds like a pretty reasonable fraction of students that are taking advantage of those. Also appreciate knowing that the students not taking a test count as of 0. That's pretty important for interpreting all of this SBAC data. And then a final question: how many of our graduates, if you know this, if you don't, that's fine, but how many of our graduates go to 2-year colleges, and how many go to 4-year colleges and universities?
I do not know that number off the top of my head.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Finish that. Finish your thought.
Well, I was going to say, we have an exit survey that we look at that, but it's also dependent on, where they say they're going versus where they actually end up between the end of June and come August or September. So I don't have it off the top of my head.
Chuck?
No questions. I would just observe. My guess is that your SIP goal number 1 will impact a whole lot more than just the feeling tone. I think it will impact your academics as well.
Well, we're hoping. Yeah, we're hoping, we think that's kind of the foundation of success of school.
For the testing, do the Running Start, the kids that participate in Running Start, do they test and or do we see a drop in their testing since they're maybe not as bought into making an assumption here, but if I'm not at the school all day, I might not be as bought into the school.
Yeah, so they take for math and English, they take it as a sophomore, and you don't start Running Start until you're a junior.
Okay.
So we did see a drop in our science scores this year, and we believe some of it is because of a reduced number of students that were Running Start. We had better success the year before with getting them with less students at Running Start, getting more of them to come in and test, and then we had a harder the year before. Then last year we had a hard time getting that all those students to come in and test. So we had a participation rate that was lower in our science than was in math and ELA, and we are attributing that to the Running Start students. We had like the top of my head, I want to say in the 20s numbers of Running Start students that took it for juniors, and it should have been closer to 60.
It's like 40 zeros right there.
Yeah, we were able to get 95% reporting rate for math and ELA at the 10th grade level. We were not able to get that for science, even though I was very annoying to families and students. We had a higher opt-out rate for juniors because it's not tied to any graduation or anything. And so families were like, well, they're not even there. Why do they need to do it? And so just the ability to engage with that test is very low. And so it's difficult to have that engagement for that assessment.
Thank you.
So I guess I heard you say, you're really going to focus on like the 2s and 3s, for the next test. I guess I'm curious about like the reds, like the bottom students, like what's your strategy for those guys?
They're generally not like a 1-year program to try to get them up to passing. If they're coming in, if they're scoring 1s by the time they're sophomores, it's more, how do we get them the skills they need to pass the classes? And we kind of move away from the test as much as identifying what are the core skills in algebra they need. Clearly, we're going to continue to work on the ELA through, because our PLCs and ELA are working together from 9th grade to senior, and the ELA skills and standards are very similar. They're just different levels of complexity for a freshman versus a senior. So they're building those up as they go. We don't necessarily track that score as much as we do using like the formative assessments in class. And then the math, they have to pass math, algebra, geometry, and a 3rd-year math to graduate. So we're just constantly going back through and figuring out how we're going to rebuild those skills and do it through like a credit lens.
So you're kind of looking at the students who then are maybe earlier, pre-testing, right? So a few years ahead and trying to figure out how to get them, I guess, up to snuff.
Yeah, if they're level 1 as an 8th grade, trying to get them to a 3, we're trying to get them to 2s, trying to get them to a 3 is probably not a realistic goal, right? So we have all these things we're doing in classes that we're trying to do, but to have that as part of our like targeted intervention, that's research-based, says that's not necessarily the group you focus on.
We might also be making that connection with attendance, like we're talking about JMS. And we have a report that we run, I'm just looking at students we identified, and most of these students are not our students with attendance. And the students with scores in the level 1 are our students with attendance. And so we're also looking at other factors, what we call risk indicators. And that's what we run a lot at the high school is risk indicators. We got attendance, the grades, and then behavior referral. So we're probably addressing other concerns with those students, and the passing the test is not on our radar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then just a really like nitpicky question. So you mentioned like low income data is private, but I guess I'm curious then how we get the data for these metrics that show up here.
That's directly off of OSPI.
Oh, okay.
So, but it's not attached to a student name where I can say, hey, we're gonna like we know who students receiving services are. We can go and address specific stuff with those. We know other race indicators and things like that we can work with, but as when it comes to financial data, that's not per student, it's protected even from the teacher.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have, they asked the questions that I had, so I'm good. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks to the team.
Yes, thanks, guys.
All right, we'll have about 1 minute transition to WLA.
Hey, Mark, what is PAT? Remind me.
Planned academic time. So
Okay,
that's, that is like on our Wednesdays, we have one this Wednesday where they will go, and pick a teacher that they're gonna go work with. So I have all the classes capped at like 20. So they
okay,
can't, they have to pick somebody else. They have to go to somebody they have a DNF with
okay,
or like their AP teacher and
okay,
for that class.
okay. I
For
remember you brought that.
45 minutes instead of advisory.
Okay, and that's on Wednesday?
Yeah, not every Wednesday, because we have, it's about twice a month we're putting it in there.
Okay,
So research would say it needs to be a regular thing,
Right.
but I have some parameters within EPA.
right. Do a lot of students, and does every student have to do that, or is it?
Every student has to go somewhere.
Okay,
Unless they have Bs or better, they can go to the library, but the library is also capped at 45. But we're telling them that doesn't matter where they go, it is academic time, because there's always time to study,
right.
always time to read, there's always time. So everybody's
Need to be
always
doing
has something to
something.
work on.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Does everybody have WLA's presentation?
Yeah.
All right. You're ready. I'll introduce you, Tammy Coach. She is our principal in charge of WLA, which is our Washougal Learning Academy, our online and daily programs. K-8.
Thank you, Tracy. It's good to see you all again. I was just here a couple weeks ago for God's, but I'm excited to come tonight and share about the work that we're doing in the Washougal Learning Academy, known as WLA. So I'm going to get started with, here's our mission statement. This was created, WLA started up as a result of COVID and has continued. And so this is the mission statement that was created at that time, but it still holds true. Washougal Learning Academy's mission is to support all students as individual learners by providing targeted instruction, utilizing a strength-based approach for supporting whole child student success, and using standards to assess and plan student growth. We provide flexibility of schedule, supplemental learning options, and personalized instruction plans because we believe all students can achieve high levels of success. So, this year I'm excited to announce, and I just want to publicly congratulate and recognize Jason Foster and his team. This was under his direction in 2022-23 that we, Washougal Learning Academy was awarded a state award. Jake talked a little bit about that as well, because Canyon Creek was in that group of schools recognized across the state, as well as Columbia River Gorge. So it was our 3 schools in this district that got that recognition, and it was for high growth in ELA and math proficiency rates and high ELA student growth percentile for 1 or more student groups. In that state, and we got a banner, and it's just nice to, when you work that hard, to have the state recognize the work you're doing. So that was really important. Here's our demographics. This was created at the end of September, and so you can see in there the profile of our students that come to us. At that time, there was 1 kindergartner, 2 first grade, 2 second, 1 fifth, 3 6th, 4 7th, and 7 8th graders. Our bulk of our student body is in the middle school. We have grown the last couple of weeks. This program is so fluid. That's really important to recognize how students come in and out of the school. But Sadie and I were talking before we got started, and it's so wonderful to have this option for students when they need this to go to. And some come because they just online
learning had worked for them in the past and they want to try it again, or maybe their family's work schedule, this works well for them. So it's various reasons why students come to us in WLA, but it's so nice to have this as an option for students who may need a different option than in-person learning. You can see our students on IEPs between 30 and 40%, and our ELL or MLL learners are right there between 5 and 10%, right about 5% of the students here. Here's our student report card. It looks a little different. It's not as disaggregated. At first I was like, Tracy and I were talking, it's like, yeah, I pulled this up the same as Gauze, but the exciting part is we are above that line. We've got quite a bit of orange there, but you can see the blue back in 2023, 7.33% for all students, and students who identify as white, 3.9. So we're staying about there. We hope to keep growing and get everything back up in the blue, but that was exciting to see. And this slide I love. And anytime we can showcase student work. And so this was a student in WLA, was a project for Washington State history. One of the assignments was to design a brochure. So you can see the level of graphic design there, all the text that's included. It's a lot of integration in a project like this. So we just wanted to showcase a couple of pieces of student work in this presentation. So that was one of the examples of what students produce in WLA in language arts and social studies. So here's our data. As you can see in ELA from last year or the year before 2023 to last spring 2024, there was an increase in students passing from 36% to 62%. So excited about the growth of the movement there in our ELA scores through the Smarter Balance assessment. Their curriculum looks a little different than in person. They use a different curriculum. And Rebecca Woodings is the instructor. We have one instructor to oversee the program and to support students. And the model that they check in once a week. And in that check-in, she can see the activity that they're doing, but she also talks with them through Zoom. And sometimes they'll come in person, but most of our students check in through Zoom. And sometimes with their family as well is on there, just to see how it's going and talk further about the content and what they're learning through the program, through the curriculum. So, and this curriculum is pretty self-paced. I think that's when we're talking about when students try this out or enter WLA. One of the attractive things about it is that they can do it at their own pace. So that for some kids, that's a real benefit to move at their own pace. Our fall Bassbridge scores for all grades, you can see it looks really good coming in the fall. We're at 78% at or above and 22%. So of course we want to keep the 78% growing, moving the below over, but what are we doing for our students that need that extra support, especially in a virtual model? So, and I'll talk about that in just a little bit. So here it is. Here's our goal. And our goal this year is to improve middle school level WLA students' ELA score on the ESPA by decreasing the percentage of students at level 1 and level 2 and increasing the percentage of students at level 3 and level 4 by 15%. So some of the things that we're putting into action to support this goal is regular checks for student progress in the online curriculum. Provide additional one-on-one assistance when requested or needed. And Ms. Wooding's schedule allows her time that if a student says, hey, I'm really struggling with this, then she can look for time throughout the week to meet with them to give them more support either in person or online. Or she recognizes that and sends out a request to meet. So it's a two-way street there. She administers interim assessments in ELA and math. And continue data collection and checks with the Fast Bridge Screener and ELA. And that happens 3 times a year, fall, winter, and spring. So our next one will be in January. Continuing to monitor progress on students achieving proficiency in the 3 identified essential standards in ELA. So in that, we're a K-8 school. So those standards in each of those grade levels that have been identified through the district, Rebecca's part of that team to monitor that as well, and being taught through this curriculum and through WLA. This slide is similar to the ELA. So it's just showcasing how students work in WLA. This is a math notebook of a WLA student. You can see a lot of AVID strategies there as well, but their work and how they really record and can look back and use their notes when they're learning math. So I thought that was a really cool example of a math journal. And here's our math data. I wish I could say different. You always are looking to see if we're making the same progress and growth we're making in other subjects such as ELA. Here we did see a decrease from 23% passing to 15%. So that we have to take action. I know the other administrators tonight have commented about math as well. So I think across the district we are looking to see where we can boost those scores up and with interventions and what we're trying. And a couple weeks ago, I know our elementary team talked about looking at, or we're implementing illustrative math as an example of support. So we're always doing that no matter what school in our district students attend. But we did see that, so we really want to get those going the other way, move them back up for our students. And our Fast Bridge scores for math, as they're coming in, the Fast Bridge looks pretty good coming into us. So those scores I just showed were from last spring with the ESPA. But as they're coming to us, at 61% at or above, according to our Fast Bridge data, and 39% below, which we still want to pay attention. We don't want to see the below line growing. We definitely want to move that over to the at or above the side. So, and I know Ms. Woodings last year, she ran a weekly math group for students that needed extra support. And that's her goal this year, is to continue to put that into place, to meet with students who need that extra support, specifically in mathematics. So our school improvement goal for math, improve middle school level WLA students' math score on the ESPA by decreasing the percentage of students at level 1 and level 2 to increasing the percentage of students at level 3 and level 4 by 20%. And the way we will address that, the action steps we're going to take is regular direction for student progress in the online curriculum, provide additional one-on-one assistance when requested or needed, interim assessment will be used, continue data collection and checks with Fast Bridge Screener and math, fall, winter, and spring, and continue to monitor progress on student achieving proficiency in 3 identified essential standards in math. So it's similar to the reading, just really drilling down and focusing in to see where the support needs to go, because math is so huge. ELA is too, but I think when you get into math, you guys will know the difference in the concepts from year to year, especially. So just really diving deeper and teasing out what the concepts really need to be supported more. So this next section, excuse me, is the social emotional data. And so with this, as you know, we support our students academically, but really the whole child, and that's the social emotional aspect. And it's always really interesting to look at our data. This is my savers this fall data. And to me, you know, this is something really to pay attention to. When the students take this on their own, it's not intervened by a teacher or anything. It's set up so they can go in and take it, and how they're feeling with the questions that are asked. So no risk came out at 53%, at risk at 47. And to me, that is really alarming. It's something to pay attention to. It's almost 50-50 of the students that we have and what could be going on with them socially and emotionally. And I know sometimes students have, you know, it's like in-person school with anxiety or anything else, that it's no different how they deal with school on a regular basis and things that they're going through in life. So in an online program, what action steps we take to support their social emotional well-being. Our goal is in reviewing WLA's Savers Fast Bridge data 3 times per year, we look to identify areas of need for students. Our goal for this year is to decrease the number of students at risk by 30% or more. So you can see that if it's at 43, it goes down considerably, and we have our students over 80% or higher in the above. And by doing this, some steps we're taking: ongoing access to the teacher individually and small group based on student need for support, opportunities to participate with peers in art, music, library, PE, and social activities such as Eagle Reward celebration. The Ms. Whitting has already had 2 social events where in the afternoon, she invites students and their families to come to the school, and they just celebrate. She does an Eagle reward system. And I really appreciate her running activities such as this, because it gives them a chance to come together socially and connect with one another. And we have a really good turnout for that. We usually have quite a few students that participate in that, come to school for that celebration. Small group social skill building. So this year, Ms. Whittings has started a lunch group. She invites students twice a week to come and have lunch. She comes to the cafeteria there at GAZ, and it varies the number of students, but all are invited to participate. And she usually has at least a couple every week that sit and they just visit during lunch. They sit with each other and talk. It's been really great, and that's a chance to develop the social skills and connecting with their peers. Another opportunity for that. We have access to a school counselor, both on site and or via Zoom, one of the main roles of the counselor in the school is to also help families connect to outside resources if needed. And I think last year when I presented, I mentioned a student that really was needing that, the family was needing that, we were able to provide that. So that's such an important role for families and students, and they so greatly appreciate that. So we were able to offer that. And we will collect data around participation, both virtually and when students come to school site for events and support. We have a sign-in that we use when they want to come in and participate in PE. And last year, we were able to, with our schedule, have a slot for just WLA students, and they had a choice. They can come during WLA time or with their grade level peers. This year, the way our schedule works and sharing specialists, they do have the opportunity to come and participate with their grade level peers. And so several of them come during that time and connect with the grade that they're in. I know last year, an example was a student that we had came several times to that and ended up coming to GAZ in person, back in person. So that's a nice bridge and a nice connection when they're ready, that they have this opportunity and to make those connections with their peers to come back to school in person if they choose. So, and this last one is another student generated piece of work. It's a science drawing. The student drew parts of a cell, and it was a middle school student for a project in science and labeled all the parts. So just wanted to showcase that work that they did in science. So thank you. And thank you.
We have a few minutes for questions Q&A.
I'm just curious if all the schools do the SABRS testing?
It's
And
part of the
how-
Passbridge screener.
How do the results compare between like the kids that are almost exclusively online to?
That's such a good question, Jane.
Okay.
I can only compare it to gauze.
Mhm.
And because I looked at My Savers at gauze, and I would say that this falls out, in WLA, it's a little bit higher for the ones that need extra support. Is what I've seen, at least this year's results, because I did look at both. So, yeah. I don't know if that's a trend every year, but I could say this year, I did see that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Got it. Jim, do you have any questions?
Of course. The Sabres thing, yeah, I may be wondering the same thing Jane was, of whether that's just looking at this particular subset of students who choose to not attend in person, and that, you know, it's hard to interpret that data, I guess, for me. It seems like family support must be more important for these WLA students than their peer support, and I wonder if you have any comments on the extent of family support.
Such a great point, Jim, and a great question. When a student enrolls in WLA, we do meet with the family. The parent comes in, we talk about what's expected, the whole program. There's a plan put in place that they sign off on, and it is critical that the parent we get this parent support there because it's more open-ended in that way. And it tends to go better for students when we do have that parent support, for sure, because of the nature of the program. But we stay on top of it, and that's the thing. That's why those check-ins every week are really important, because then we can catch things if things start to fall off a little bit, then we can loop them back in. So those regular check-ins once a week are critical to connect with the family and the student.
How many of the 20 students do participate in band or drama or art or sports? Most of them, or a couple of them?
That's a really good question. Now, I'd have to check. I don't have the numbers for WLA in band, if any of our WLA students, if you're fifth grade, so I'd have to look that up to see.
That's all right. If you don't know, that's fine. Just curious. Question about the enrollment trend in WLA.
I'm just not sure if they participate. Yeah, I'd have to check on that.
That's fine. That's all right. I'm wondering if there is a trend in the enrollment, or are we kind of stationary at about 20 kids? Or do you have any ideas on how we might market the program to homeschool families in the area, or just a couple of general questions, and then I have a question for the whole group after that.
Sure. So we can't really solicit, but what we find is really helpful is word of mouth from other parents when they join. You kind of get that hook there to get them back in with the district, that they share their story. And we did get another family this year just because there was a connection there, and they came to us and wanting to try WLA. So and as far as enrollment, last year, because I've just oversaw it 2 years now, we started out with lower numbers, and by the spring we're up in the 40s.
Okay.
So that varies, so I'm curious to see this year if we'll see the same. And like Sadie and I were talking around conferences. Sometimes they get started in school and they decide, oh, maybe we want, or a semester break, or even at spring break to finish the year. So there's various times you see a bump in the enrollment, for sure. There's last year, so I'm curious to see if that'll happen this year as well.
Yeah. I wonder, the lower math achievement that we kind of see across the board, is that a statewide or national trend that has something more to do with how we teach, or has something more to do with cultural and social factors rather than how we try to teach math to students? Is that a national trend of struggling with math?
From what I know, yes.
Yes. National trend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last question I have is there anything we as your school board can help you all do, help you all achieve your goals as as impressive as they are, is there anything we could do better as a board to help you?
I don't want to say do better, because I think you guys are doing a great job.
Right.
But I think if we talk about math scores, we frequently hear from people, I'm not good at math. Right? And so I think like there's this culturally accepted to not be good at math, or we hear people all the time, well, it's the new math. Well, I wouldn't say it's new math, and there's some new pedagogy, some different pedagogy, but the skills are the same. I think it's just continue to talk to community members and reinforce that math is important. That even though the assessment scores themselves don't define who a student is, they are important to us to have their, encourage their family to try on the assessments, because it is a tool we use to see how we're doing in our teaching and learning. And so if people aren't trying and people aren't emphasizing that like math is important, then I think that kids are less likely to give their best effort. And I do think some of the scores nationally are around the amount of effort that a student's willing to put in on a 2 to 4 hour test that doesn't feel like they get a lot of reward for it. So I think it's just the continue to reinforce they're important to us.
Yeah, I think it's important to society if we want to continue to lead in technology, engineering, all kinds of fields that are more dependent on, are very dependent on basic math skills, even cashier and counting change or whatever. But anyway, anybody else have suggestions for what your board can do to help you?
I think it'd be good, Jim, to work on ways that we can keep pushing the idea, the old school value, you gotta come to school.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, it was community pressure, but talking to people and saying, look, you've got to get your kids to come to school. That's the number one thing they can do to be successful is turn up. Whereas Mark's is high school, we show up, and kids need to show up at school, and it's not okay for us as a community to say, well, the kid turns up. I mean, your kid's missing 25 days of school a year. That's not acceptable. We need to keep saying that's not acceptable. We need you here. So I think continuing to push that message and say you cannot learn if you're missing 25 days of school, for example. That's almost 1 of 7 days you're missing. You can't be successful doing that. So we need to change community mindset or parent mindset and say you've got to get your kid to go to school.
And I think too, to add on to that, if a parent is pushing back, like my child has anxiety, my child has, some mental health issues, guess what? We have some really great counselors and social workers that are there to help. And they have access to support in school. So, and then also just being around their peers might help them too, being around kids and knowing that, all kids struggle at times, but we do have some fantastic resources if they come to school, and those people, they're helpers and they're there to help.
And I agree with that, Tiffany, but I would add on, I just appreciate the board support and the district support to keep WLA up and running, because I know in times when you have to make those tough decisions, that I just appreciate that families have another option if needed and when needed. So that is greatly appreciated, but I do agree with in-person has a lot of support, as well as we're able to support through WLA as well. So that feels good. That feels good to be able to help families need that when you do it. Yeah.
So time wise, I know that some board members have.
Thank you.
Share about WLA or ask a question. We do have about 20 minutes before our next meeting starts. So if you want a little bit of a break.
No pressure.
I don't have any questions for Tammy. I already answered. You answered mine earlier. Do you guys have anything?
My only thought is to build on what Jim was saying, recruitment, publicizing. It's a wonderful program, and some children out there are not taking advantage of it, the homeschoolers.
I guess I was wondering too, I mean, the IEP, the percent in IEPs was pretty high. So I'm wondering if that's like a relief valve. If kids are having challenges, this is an option.
Yeah.
To sort of regroup and.
And that's such a
resources.
great point, Ida. And Rebecca Woody just happens to have her certification in special education, so she kind of fills that dual role, but it is more one-on-one in that way too. So it's a really good point.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I did have another question. We can save this for another time, but I am really interested since you were presenting like kids sort of entering society, like on that journey and getting very closer, how we are doing and developing critical thinking skills, you know, just all the garbage on the internet and how to filter through. So I don't know that we have time for that today, but I'd be interested in hearing more about how we're preparing our students for that, if we have a program or classes or that sort of thing.
So I think we can follow up with that question, either a later board meeting, a future board meeting, or Tracy, I know, meets with our building principals weekly, and that could be, we could gather some information from them during those meetings, as well as we have a PLC meeting coming up. Where we're gonna be talking about this way we presented the school improvement plans this year and getting their feedback, so we can also follow with 2 questions that were asked tonight.
Yep. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so
Thank
much for your
you.
time, really appreciate it, excellent job.
Thank
If you
you.
want to stay and hang out, you can. We'll be here for another hour. Can't start
Yeah,
1
I
minute
gotta start
early.
right at 6:30.
That's annoying.
Like, dear.
I watched this 6:30.
All right. I call the meeting to order at 6:30 PM. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, first up, we have our student representative. Aaron?
Yes, thank you so much. We are very pleased that you are all here. Thank you for being with us. So for the first time, I think, well, I can remember, we have middle school students. So thank you for being here. We have 2 students from Canyon Creek, 1 student from Jemtegaard, I think another Jemtegaard student who hopefully is on the way. And then we have our 3 high school student representatives here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with our middle school students. And so thank you, Mr. Cook and Mr. Healy, for supporting us in getting middle school students here. We're hoping that maybe you will come back, let's say, second semester. So twice you get to visit with us. I asked Mr. Healy that. He said, it probably depends on how well the board treats them. If they're gonna be coming back with us, if we're nice to you. So hopefully that's gonna be the case. Yeah, so I had, I think a few weeks ago, possibly sent you some questions. I think that you were looking at those questions. I asked you to introduce yourself. I asked you questions specifically about conference days and whether you think these 5 days of conferences I think are helpful. A highlight for the year, a challenge for the year so far, a question about the sense of belonging, and then the cell phone policy. Like, you noticed something about this year with maybe an increase in expectations regarding cell phone use. So could you introduce yourself, what school you were at, and then what grade you're at? And first just do that, and then we'll get into the questions.
Okay. I'm Katie. I'm an 8th grader from CCMS. And something I wanted to talk about today was the cell phone policy. So the kids at our school, they generally don't have it out like in class, but I have noticed it in pockets. It's been pulled out in locker rooms and the bathrooms. I think this could probably be a little bit better enforced, but I know our teachers are trying their best.
Right, can you hold on that? And what we'll do is we'll have Sophia, you introduce yourself, and then Sonia, you introduce yourself, and then we'll get back to those. So thank you, great start.
I'm Sophia Genova, and I'm in 7th grade, and I'm the president at Canyon Creek Middle School. I'm Sydney Kelly, and I'm a 7th grader at JMS, and I am one of the communications coordinators at JMS as well.
Excellent. I didn't know there was a communication board.
Yeah, we got 2.
That's great. Excellent. Okay, Sophia, your thoughts about the cell phone?
I think the cell phone policy is really good because while teachers try their best to enforce it, there's still some lying around, but I think when students actually do follow the rules, there's less distractions in the classroom.
Great. Sonia, your thoughts?
I think it's pretty good. This year we started more enforcing it and it's less of a distraction in class. Like teachers, I think, are catching it more. I haven't seen it very many times in the bathroom and kids just seem to be on them less in general, which I think gives people more time to interact with their peers and stuff. And I think it's been working much better.
Great. Well, that's all good, isn't that?
I love that.
Me too, yeah. Okay, how about conference days? So we had last week, 5 days of early release. What are your thoughts about conferences?
Well, I know for me and my family having multiple kids, it was really nice for my mom to be able to schedule them on different days so that way she wasn't like jam-packed with her schedule. So I think the 5 days is kind of perfect.
I think the conference days, they gave me more time to spend at home, and also it helped better behavior in the classrooms.
It was a great time, and it was good to have that amount of time so that I could move with the schedule, like you were saying. And also, I think it was nice for me to be able to voice my opinions to my teachers, which helped me improve like my time in class.
So do you think it's a good use of our time to have early release for a week?
Yeah.
Yeah, big smile there, I think. Something else you're not mentioning about early release? No?
Smile a lot.
Great, me too. All right. So how about a highlight the year so far? We're really 9 weeks through, so we're a quarter of the way through the school year.
So I think one of the highlights is we just had our first dance. And there were a couple of people who said some negative things, but I think it worked out really well. We definitely got some money for ASB, right? Yeah.
Good.
I think the one of the highlights of the year was definitely Spirit Week because it made the school more like cheerful since we were all dressed up, and also the dance was during that. And since I was a part of planning it, I think it was definitely really fun to like plan my first dance.
Nice.
My highlight is our dance is coming up this Friday, but I think my highlight just been getting to know the ASB team, being able to get more involved in school, and especially just getting to plan these things and finally make some like it's been fun to see other students enjoying the things that we've worked hard to put on.
Excellent. Thank you. How about something that's been challenging?
I'd have to say something that's been challenging is like the transition for me from 7th to 8th grade because everything gets that much harder. And we also had some teachers switching around, which was, it was good to try and get to them, but it was a little hard because you don't really know them.
One of the hardest challenges for the year for me was definitely planning the dance because there was there's a lot of pressure and responsibility to try and like let kids have a fun time. And so I kind of overcame that by relying on my peers and other people planning it.
One has definitely been kind of the same, but it's just working on my schedule. Whereas when I thought ASB, when it's a lot more than I expected, and I think just trying to balance how much work I'm doing and like just trying to plan out those things and just cooperating with other members so that we can get things done, but also still have fun, but still be organized.
Great. Do you have anything you would like to actually ask our middle school students? And before you do, could you also introduce yourselves and say, just kind of maybe describe the area that you are supporting in the district?
Oh, am I starting?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm Jane, and I'm supporting out by Cape Horn and Canyon Creek. So I'm east and north upriver, I guess. I don't know directions. Upriver. I'm upriver. There you go. And I think my question would just be, is there anything as a board that you would like us to know about your school or the kids in it?
I did want to bring up the learning platform Amplify because there has been a lot of complaints about like the system that they use for grading their writing and their solos. Some kids have been graded unfair because they have the use of evidence and it requires like at least 4 pieces of evidence for you to get a 4. And like I know at like the 7th grade level, you're usually only using 3. And some kids are kind of claiming that unfair.
Thank you.
I also kind of agree with the Amplify thing because I think that most kids I'm kind of talking about the other way about Amplify because most kids don't like it, but I feel like it gets the point across, but it's also very repetitive.
Thank you.
Something that I've been wanting to bring up is some of the learning platforms. I mean, there haven't been very many problems so far with our school year.
There's been no, like, I think the skipping the marches this year, there's been a lot less emotion. There is at the start of my sixth grade year, it's very chaotic. So I really think this year there's been a lot more better planning, and I think it's just been doing pretty well.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, sorry, I was very confused on where the building was, I
Yeah.
apologize for being.
Don't worry, thank you, we're glad you're here.
Thank you for letting me be here.
Yeah, so they started with the introduction themselves and what grade they're in, what school.
Oh, yeah, I go to JMS, my name is Onyx Opiana, and I'm in eighth grade, and I'm the treasurer of eighth grade.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Jane, for starting us off.
Hey guys, I'm Chuck Carpenter. I'm a retired teacher and I do this as a hobby. It's fun as public meetings. It's really fun. My question is, earlier this evening, we heard from the principals of our schools, middle schools and high school, Washougal Learning Academy, about some of the things that they're doing to help kids to be more respectful of each other and of their school. And my question is, can you think of some things that, just they're back there listening to me, suggestions as to how we can get kids to be more respectful?
So we could definitely get kids to be more respectful. Like I know that we have, like Mr. Healy is usually standing in that hall corner right there, which is a really good idea. But I think we need someone outside along the outside corridor because that's where things tend to get a little chaotic. So I think having an adult out there might help with that.
I think that kids learn a lot from the curriculum character song that we do on Wednesdays. And I think that helps, but I feel like they could be more respectful by most teachers give rewards when bad students do like something good. But I feel like most other students don't really feel appreciated, so they kind of rebel somewhat as because they're kind of jealous.
To respect for students have more respect, I think one during advisory would maybe input in some more lessons in there about respect. I know students don't always catch on to that right away, but just trying to more bring that out more as a topic generally. And then also just maybe having, so I know teachers try their best to be involved as much as they can, but in between classes, people can be very pushy, very going through that, maybe having some more people in the halls for the bell rings to kind of catch those sorts of things, because you definitely be very. I feel like a good way for students to be more respectful is to actually know and be educated on why they should be respectful. Because I feel like the reason why a lot of kids are disrespectful and they talk about things is because they don't really know what they're talking about. When they're saying these things that are hurtful and rude to other students, they don't actually know why it's rude, and so they don't find the reason to stop. And so I feel like if we actually educated kids on why things are hurtful and why we shouldn't say these things to people and how their words can actually have an effect on people, it will really help make kids more respectful and kind of mature faster. So yeah.
Very thoughtful. Thank you all. That was educational.
We have Jim Cooper. He's on our Zoom right now. Jim, you want to join us?
Hi, I'm Jim Cooper. I represent District 1 it's on the west side of Washougal. I live up above the sandy fish or swimming hole there. It's fishing now, but usually swimming in the summer. I'm a retired molecular biology scientist and a professor, and I appreciate you all being involved. You are the reason that we do this on the school board. See our future leaders that are going to assume roles in society that we will pass on to you. I don't have any questions really. I just appreciate the comments on the cell phone policy. I had a discussion with my 19-year-old granddaughter who thought it was a terrible thing to have any restrictions on her use of a screen. She's in college now and she is completely addicted, as I am too, honestly. So I think I've been walking the track at JMS, and it's fun to see that chaotic lunch break, recess time out there, and to see really out of 120 kids or something, there are 150 kids, one or two are using their phones. Everyone else is talking and having fun, and that's kind of the way my generation grew up, where there were no cell phones. There was other kids in the neighborhood to play with. I know last year our student reps brought forward to the board some concerns about bullying, and that's an issue of concern to me. And I just wonder if you have any comments on your school environments this year as far as bullying and bullies, and whether you think it's we're going in the right direction or not.
So I noticed from 7th to 8th grade that the bullying has definitely gone down, especially because we started, like, more kids actually started paying attention to the character strong and advisory. Because, like, I feel like the teachers actually, like, did a better job. Like, they did a good job last year, but they did a better job this year at it. And I feel like the bullying has definitely decreased.
I think the bullying has decreased because there's more staff in the halls, and so like whenever they see anything, they go immediately stop it, and they're much better at like seeing that kind of stuff and stopping it.
Yeah, as well at our school, I think it's really just gone down. Last year I was hearing complaints about it, like a lot of people saying with this person, but this year I really haven't heard it at all. I mean, I think it's just, again, like more people are in the halls, more people are watching for it, which I think prevents it more.
I agree with Sonia and what everyone else is saying as well, that I believe that the bullying has increased like a large amount. I do believe it has a lot to do with there being more supervision and students being more comfortable with telling their teachers when like situations like that are being brought up. I also think it's like a maturity thing, because people in 6th grade are a lot more mature than people in 8th grade. And so again, it's all about like kind of educating yourself, and to people in 8th grade, I feel like just don't really care as much about people that are like different in like a negative way, where they go out of their own way to like kind of like shame them or bully them, as they would in like 6th grade when everything's like new and overwhelming and they're just trying to kind of fit in.
Thank you, and thank you for your involvement.
Thanks, Jim. I guess.
Yes, my name is Ida. I represent District 4, which is kind of north of Jemtegaard and CRGE and up from there. Really appreciate you guys coming and your parents for supporting you coming. I know that's always a task sometimes. I'm just really curious, what do you guys love best about school? Like, why do you like going in the morning?
Well, other than like the sports, because those are really fun, I guess the best part of my day is getting to do morning announcements. I absolutely love doing announcements, and they're a great way to inform the rest of school what's going on. Like Stuff the Bus, we didn't really have any people, and then we added morning announcements and food started showing up.
I think that one part that like contributes to like making my day better is that like my teachers always greet me with a smile, and it gives me a sense of belonging, and they always make me feel like I can ask for help without
My day, I think it's one, just starting off my day with that like break before school where I get to see my friends, I get to get caught up. It's just kind of fun to just get to see them, and then you go into class, and the first period, and your first period teacher is always like in a good mood because it's the morning, like you haven't had a chance for anything to ruin your day. And it's always nice to have that like being sound. It's usually like a pretty fun class at the ELA, and it's just. And then once you're in that good mood, it kind of just continues on for the day, especially where I end the day with ASB, which is really fun to go with all those projects.
I go to school for a certain reason, and I enjoy going to school for like, a lot of reasons. I enjoy going to school, one, to see my friends, obviously, because some of my friends, I can't like always see outside school, so it's like a really good time for me to catch up with all of them, like Sonia said. And I also really enjoy going to school just because it's a good way for me to find out what I'm interested in. during our history right now, I'm super interested in that topic that's like happening. So every Sunday when I like go to school and all that, I'm just like thinking like, oh, I can't wait for a period. Like, because I get learn about history and it's like learning treats. And there's also just like Sonia said also, like ASB, I look for it every single day. Every single day. I like try and like pull through like the entire school day just like for ASB because it's just so fun. And I really like hanging out with everyone on ASB. They're all very great people. And we just do fun things and we, like try and help our school come to their place.
I'm Sadie McKenzie. I'm in Sunset Ridge area, my area. I was trying to think of questions. Everybody stole my good question. And I don't want to take up too much more time. I guess, what is your goals for the rest of this year? Do you have any like a goal or something great that you want to do by the end of the year?
So my goal as an 8th grader in ASB is to basically do something for the school before I move up. I know some of the 8th graders tried to do that last year and it didn't really get that successful. I think their big thing was removing the vending machine. So I think me and a few other 8th graders that are in leadership are gonna try and put something there. I love that.
I kind of like that. I kind of want to just make a difference because I'm gonna be at Caney Creek next year too. So I kind of want to just keep getting like improving the school with like small adjustments like as we go up.
Our goal is to kind of set the school in the year is we want to make this kind of like our motto is like the best year ever, just because in past years is to just make school more enjoyable, to let personally I enjoy school because friends, but to also show other students how to enjoy school and to just keep planning events and things to make it more enjoyable so that they can keep looking forward to those things. And even the parts of school they don't like, they can just look forward to those things so they don't have to like, it's like a goal that they can move forward to.
I agree with Sonia that is again one of my goals as well. But on like a more personal goal level, I guess I just really want to make a lot of connections and friends and just like kind of like leave like a personal like mark before I go to high school because I really don't want to leave the school year without like feel like I like grown as a person. I want to feel like I know more people, I know more about people, I know more about myself, and so that's what I hope to get out of this year.
Thank you, girls.
Yeah, wow.
Thank you so much. So I'm hoping you can stick around to listen to our high school students. And Riley, Olivia, and Amari, what do you think? Are you impressed? Yeah, I'm impressed. So welcome. Thank you for being here. Riley, you have a presentation about Stuff the Bus, right? And so I don't know how much time that's going to be, if we want to go with that first, or do you want to maybe you guys have some things you want to share based on the questions I asked you? Like, we asked that. Can we do that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think the first one, maybe like conference week was last week. And we asked high school students last year, what did they think of that use of time? So can you share what your thoughts are about conference week? I know, Mari, your schedule wasn't impacted, right? And so maybe what you could do is just kind of give us an update on how things go for you.
Personally, my schedule didn't really change, but I asked my parents, and my mom said that the conference week, like the time that they have, is really helpful with the flexibility that the teachers have at the time, and she's pretty rigid, so I really just like schedule. Like that way, and then everything's been going pretty good with me.
So it's been a good quarter so far?
Yeah.
Great. Olivia.
I think conference week went pretty good. I don't know how my mom, I don't know if she did conferences or not. I was out of town. But I don't think she did conferences. Besides that, it was nice getting out of school early.
Thank you for your honesty. It's okay. It's okay to be honest with us, right? And you said so many good, what's that? There you go. Great. Riley?
I think conference week is always just a really good reset for like, just district wide. For the students, it gives a lot of students time to, kind of be told, hey, you kind of need to work on this and like fix this before it becomes bad. Because we're like reaching the half point of, the semester. So it gives time to work on schoolwork, and also just as a kid and growing up, conference week was like the best week of my life. And it's like in a way reward for like getting through that first like 2 months of school, and you're like, you know, starting to get burnt out just a touch, and it's like a reset, and then you're like, okay, now we're like gonna get to Christmas break, and like I don't know, it's just fun, and you get to hang out with your friends more and just have your like social life that sometimes get taken away.
Great. Okay, cell phone policy or recent changes. Any thoughts about, well, we talked about this last time you were here, like anything new or anything you didn't say that maybe you want to say regarding kind of the changes in the expectations?
For the cell phone policy?
Yeah,
Yeah, I talked to a few of my friends about it since it doesn't really affect me too much. But most of my friends, they get good grades and stuff like that. So like the feeling around the cell phone policy is sort of like frustration, because especially for those students who were paying attention in class, getting their work done and everything, like it does feel like a punishment, sort of unfair, like it wasn't them that had issues with it. But I hear what they said about the cell phone policy, how it's been good for them and increasing like social interaction, and I think that's really good.
great. Olivia?
For me, I think it hasn't really affected like too much. Like a lot of the teachers are really chill. And as long as you're doing your work and you're not making a big distraction, you're okay. But with the teachers that are a little more strict, if you have your phone out, you get a warning. But if it's like really an emergency, you need to talk to your parent or whatever. There's been times where I've asked, and the teachers, other kids that I've asked to go like to the office and call their parent, they've been told to wait till like lunch or after class or have been sixth period after school, which I think is like, it's not like a problem, but it definitely, like, if you need to talk to your parent or guardian, you should be able to go and talk to them, especially if you're not on teacher class.
Thank you. Riley?
Like last time we kind of talked about how it definitely was a hard transition, you know, old habits die hard. But I have noticed like kids have gotten used to it a little bit more, and while there are still problems, and I think it's gonna take time to like actually have it fully be enforced. I've also noticed there are like more students like making connections with each other, and like there's just more like socializing happening compared to like past years in classes I've noticed, which is just a really great thing to see because we want our school to be more connected, and that's one of the first steps.
Thank you so much. So at some point, I would like to share with you the revisions that we're proposing. If that would be something you'd be interested in, maybe bringing up to the ASB leadership class and having a discussion about that. Okay, so how about tell us about Stuff the Bus? I think so. Yes.
Is there any way to like airplay it or?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Brown is doing that right now.
There you go.
Okay, I'm gonna stand just because.
You bet.
Okay, so. Okay, so we have Stuff the Bus, which is like our community-wide food drive that happens every year. And we're coming to talk to you guys because we want to get like a little bit, we kind of want to ask your opinion on a couple of things and ways of kind of improving it this year, because there's definitely been some changes. If I can get the next one. Okay, so like Stuff the Bus, obviously our annual food drive that happens in our community. And the thing with Stuff the Bus is that all of the food that we get goes right back into our community. It's not like walking off and it gets spread out along like Clark County. Like everything that we do in the community goes right back into our community. And I think it shows like, it really shows like the heart that we have. Like we're not just this big town and with like a bunch of selfish people all for themselves. Like we're here to help each other and to like fully thrive as the Washougal community that we are. And we always do it during the holiday season. And our goal is to collect food to stock shelter for the next year. And then this week here, but this is the video that Washougal High School made as an announcement.
Some of the bus is a program that provides food and necessities for people in Washougal and kids. It is important because many families rely on this food to get them through the year. Donations benefit the CARE program, American Legion of Skamania County, and ACAN. You can bring your donations to any school in the Washougal School District, and you can donate money online. And remember, the last day to donate is December 5th.
Yeah, so basically they made this video, which is just like our general announcement to the community and kind of all the details that someone would need to know if they want to help out. So if we could get the next person. So this year we decided to switch it, and it's usually like at the high school we do like an individual, like every class period is against each class period as a competition to, you know, like hopefully get more and more donations. But we switched it this year so that every grade level is against each other. So kids are gonna turn it into like, we split up the teachers and they all have like a grade level. And then it's gonna be a competition, and then we're gonna have an award, which is like a grade level assembly. It's just gonna be like a fun pep rally assembly, and then we're gonna hopefully get some like food and just games. And then also we're hoping that this will also provide more donations and more competition, because in the past, our past competitions we did just were starting to not work as well, and we knew, you know, sometimes we just gotta mix it up. So that's what we decided to do. So this year, to announce Step the Bus, we did an assembly, which was definitely an interesting one this year. We tried something new. It didn't quite work out, but sometimes you gotta do that to know exactly. That's how it goes. It's still a good assembly. We announced everything we had to. There were just some folks, you know, Mr. Castle like that. So we have also decided to print out flyers, and we're going to share them to a lot of the businesses in our community, so that as people are walking around, they can see the flyer and see what's happening. Just as a way of like people that don't have like kids necessarily, but are still part of the community, can see what's happening. And then we also do a lot of social media posts to keep people updated and stuff like that. Could I get the next slide? Okay, so in the past, it was a competition against Camas, and you know, as our small town, we would do it, and we did pretty good against Camas. We won most of the time. It wasn't like by everything they brought in, but it was like 5 students, so there was like, you know, they averaged it out. But basically, Camas decided they didn't want to compete with us anymore because we always did better than them. But that's the truth. They don't admit that, but we all know that. So we had to come up with like a new competition, because like people want to win in life. Like they want to have a reason to do something, they need an incentive. So we kind of decided that we were gonna like make a new competition. But the thing with that is we came to you guys today because we kind of want ideas for like what you think as a community-wide competition would be like effective, or just like brainstorming from like your guys' point of view, because like we're just at high school, but we want to get everybody involved. I can get the next slide, please. So ever since COVID, there has been less donations happening, but the less donations, it doesn't help us, because this last year they actually ran out of food in the end of October or November, one of the months, and they just haven't had any food. So our goal this year is to hopefully get more donations, because when they run out of food, there's nothing they can do, and people in our community are just starving. And then if I could get the next slide. Sorry. Okay. Bad. So basically our ask is to get like more ideas of what are you guys thought.
Okay.
Of what you think would help us to get more donations. And then we also are allowed to take money this year, which will make it a lot easier for getting more food and stuff.
Mhm.
And then the last slide is one part. And we realize that like on a lot of platforms in like our school district website, that would be like a good way of like announcing it to them.
That's a flyer that you developed that has the crucial information for whoever is gonna donate, right? So we can commit to publishing that in a variety of places.
And this barcode, if people scan it, they can literally just donate money straight into funds and to buy food.
That's a great idea.
All right. So, okay, so with the ideas, maybe would you recommend, because we kind of need to move on to some other items.
If you guys wanna like email them.
Email them to you? Okay, great.
Yep.
A picture. Should we get a picture of this group? You think?
Yeah, please.
So we'll get a picture and then you can leave.
Now I wanna know more.
I apologize again for coming late.
No, fine. It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Everything's fine.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So this is the largest student group we've had. So appreciate everything you've shared. Again, the idea is not to you just to share positive experiences. It isn't. We really want, and you shared a lot of positive experiences, but we want to hear what are the challenges, because we want to improve on those things that cause you to maybe not want to come to school or not be successful. So wonderful. Thank you for sharing what you've shared. I took lots of notes. Again, we're going to invite middle schoolers back. It might even be every quarter.
I would love to see them.
Yeah, so you have to talk to your parents.
Personally.
So thank you so much, Riley, Olivia, Amari. Thank you for sharing what you shared. Look forward to seeing you in December as well. So you are free to go. Thank you so much for it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen, so much for bringing
Yes,
it up.
thank you.
Sorry, I just committed you to a couple more of these.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Are you to come back?
Yeah, okay, then we'll
Yes,
keep it until you come back.
David, so will you bring it back?
You gotta bring it back though.
Okay, all right.
I love that.
Nope, staying for a working session? Like,
That's great.
that was good. Got a
That
good
was
group of
amazing.
kids.
Future leaders right there. They were amazing.
I don't think I was that articulate at that age by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, beautiful.
They're so impressed.
Thank you.
All right, guys. I can't read that. Now it's like, how do you read?
Go.
Bye, guys. All right. Apparently we're not as important, but all right. Board and superintendent update. You ready for that? Jim, let's start with you out there in Zoom land.
I don't have any updates except I don't want to get sick and I didn't want to get anyone else sick. And it's coming to be that season. So hope everyone stays healthy.
Thanks, Jim. Go ahead, Ms. Jane.
School year's starting off well. I know out at Cape, there has been like a little bit of a shuffle, as you announced, with like being able to add a teacher, which while change, in the middle of the semester isn't the most fun thing. The fact that we're able to lower the class size, and as a parent with a kid in one of those in that grade, it's really great to be able to see the class size come down. Because I walked into parent-teacher conferences and we're like, how do you handle 27 second graders in one room? So to hear that numbers coming down was really good news for me.
Highlight so far this year is our visit to Hathaway School. And the highlight for me was the bilingual class. I've known about it, but I've not understood it. And I've really appreciated being able to be there.
I guess I'll just say there's a lot going on these days, lots of events and happening. So I'm trying to keep updated. Went to the holiday bazaar, got some bling.
I love it.
So yeah, Stuff the Bus, just lots of exciting events coming up. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, there is a lot of things coming up. I am so impressed with the middle schoolers that we had here today. Like, wow, you guys. I love that they got to be part of this, and I hope that they continue to come back. Excited that we did get to have our halfway visit. Excited for the rest of them this year. Tracy, thank you for doing those. Those are always so much fun. I really enjoy those. Yeah, I'm just excited. This fall got here really fast, but I feel like Christmas break is going to be here before we know it, but I feel like we have a lot of stuff going on. So, and I'm excited to see what we're going to come up with. Stuff the bus. What is this competition? I have ideas.
Right.
Do you guys have ideas? I have ideas. All right,
Okay.
Aaron.
Thank you. Yeah, so a few things. So yesterday was Veterans Day, a time to honor and express our gratitude to those who have served in the United States Armed Forces. So I so appreciate everyone in the Washougal community who has made that sacrifice, that commitment. And so appreciate, on Friday, there were a number of schools and I think all of our schools honor veterans in their way, and it is a tradition. I know I saw some pictures from Jemtegaard and what a good job they do. I happened to observe a classroom where they were preparing for that concert. And so the music they're going to be playing. So appreciate that. We have veterans that work for us. A number of them. One was here today, was one of our teachers. So just so appreciate, again, their commitment, as well as our students who graduated. And at graduation, that ceremony, we ask those students who have made that commitment to come up front and be recognized. And also to have community members stand who have made that commitment and that are veterans. And so appreciate that that's something we do and recognize their commitment to our freedom. So thank you for this opportunity to share that. Fall sports have ended officially. Wow. So I think the middle school they have kind of they have 2 winter seasons or 2 fall seasons, the late fall, but the first fall season has wrapped up. So appreciate our student athletes who make that commitment, appreciate their hard work, their dedication, the skills they develop and they learn through that commitment. I appreciate our coaches, the work that our coaches do in supporting those student athletes. I appreciate our community that, levy funds, fund those extracurricular activities. So appreciate that we have a community that does recognize that, and it's not just about athletics, because we have other activities. Upcoming is Miss Holmes at the high school. So this Friday is the first show at 7 p.m. So if you're going to come to that, I'll see you there. I'm going to go to opening night, and then there's a Saturday performance, and then next week as well. There's 2 shows. There might be a matinee. I'm not sure. There's a matinee.
There is, yeah.
On Saturday. So great. So there's actually 3 shows. So Kelly does such a good job. We already heard there's a lot of students that participate in that. The marketplace bazaar. Look at you. You made a purchase. I was there on Saturday. I got to bring my daughter, who's a college student. So she and I went. She has memories of going to the bazaar at yet a much younger age. And so I loved going around and introducing her. There were so many community members and staff members I didn't even know they were vendors. And the commons was packed. I also made some purchases. Mine were like pies, frozen pies that I've eaten a couple of those so far. They're support grad night. So just so appreciate everyone that was there. Visited Jemtegaard last week, and as I was mentioning, I was in Dr. Hodap's classroom, and she was working with probably 70, 75 students, and she was being so meticulous with what she was teaching them, to the point where this is how we're going to stand up, this is how we're going to bow, this is why we do that. I mean, just like those things, those little things that make a big difference in a performance. And we had a parent who was also there playing. So just appreciate that. I also visited 3 other classrooms and just was really impressed with what I was seeing. One of my goals is to get in every classroom. When I'm in the classroom and I leave, I write a little thank you and share those things that I observed. And I observed a lot of positive strategies last week. Culture. We heard a lot about culture. And what is it? Like what makes the biggest difference? And I think culture has a lot to do with whether students have a strong sense of belonging, whether they want to be there, whether they want to engage. And so some of the things that we heard from our students is about the impact that we're having on changing that culture. And we have to invest in that. We have to plan that. So that's a part of our SIP presentations and our SIP plans is there's a goal for culture and climate. And because it's so important, we have to work on it, we have to strategize, we have to plan for that. I think the final thing I want to share is Cascadia Tech update. I think I shared this with you. I'm really excited that we are going to be a satellite school district for 2 programs, forest management and teaching academy. Next year, so our students, as well as students in the county, are going to participate in the Excelsior building. There's an AM program, there's a PM program. We don't know if there's going to be, both programs are going to have like a section of the AM and a section of the PM. We won't know that for a while because they're just now presenting this. These are both new programs. Although Teaching Academy is currently in the Woodland School District, it just is in our part of the county. So I will update you as that moves along, but I'm excited about that opportunity for our students.
You said forestry?
Yeah, forest management.
Very cool.
Yes, you know, so they will be accessing our property. So you imagine like the Kerr property behind Cape Canyon, we have areas that are our property that they can, you know, really engage in and do the work.
That's so cool.
Looking forward to it.
Wow, very cool. All right, is that it? All right. Next up, we are going to discuss the legislative priorities. That is Chuck and Aaron.
So I think our legislative priorities, I can think of 3, funding. There
you go.
Don't forget funding.
I sent, Aaron sent out to the board, the priorities of the State School Boards Association, the State Superintendents Association, and the ESD 112 superintendents. And I was going to go through all of those and try and distill them and merge them in that, but Aaron did it for me. So what he found amongst those that is good guidance, I think, for us is that the common themes were special ed funding, pupil transportation funding, material supplies and operating costs funding, and the prototypical school funding model. Now, there were some other things that were not common to all 3 of those, but as we establish what our priorities are, my first question for the board is there anything that we would want the legislature to enact in the way of legislation other than in the realm of funding? Any language or anything that would govern? I've thought about it and I can't think of anything, particularly when we talk about priorities.
Right. I mean, I'd have to think about that for a minute.
There's one of the groups had as a priority equity focus.
Yeah.
And that gets into DEI. And I don't know that we have a policy regarding that. And I don't know that there's anything that we would want the legislature to do differently than what they've done.
And it's currently one of our guiding pillars.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes. So with that, I think there are 2 things. One of them is we've got to establish priorities or what we would like to communicate to our legislators. And the other is a process for doing that communication. And along those lines, I think that once we have our priorities, that we need to have some ammunition to bolster why we believe that our legislators should give us more funding. And along those lines, so ask Aaron to compile some data on the gaps between what we get for special ed funding and what we spend, what we get for pupil transportation and what we spend. The same with our material supplies and operating costs, MSOC, you'll hear MSOC a lot, and for typical school funding model. And so.
And I apologize that Jim does not have this, but I think I can send it to him.
Okay. It's a pretty big difference for special ed.
Just for the benefit of anybody who might be watching, as an example, special education, the allocation for us is $6,849,000 and change. our actual expenditures were $7,397,000. So it's about a 550, it's about a $500,000 difference just in special education. For transportation, there's a $14,000 difference. The funding, prototypical funding model, the legislature says each school should have one superintendent and one principal for each school and so many fifth grade teachers and so forth. They have a typical model, but it has no relationship to what school districts really need to have in the way of personnel to do the job of teaching kids. And so their funding for those things, for salaries and benefits, they allocated for us $19 million. The actual what we spent was $25 million. Again, a difference of a $500,000. No.
Isn't that a difference of $6 million?
$5.6 million. And the kindergarten was pretty close. So given those, my suggestion to the board, and if you're in agreement, I'll get some language, bring it to you next month or get it to you before the next meeting. Of those, the ones that are really critical to us are SPED and the funding model, because those are the ones that are really big differences.
Yeah, so I just want to a quick reminder. So these four, actually, so the four that we identified last year, SPED, special education, the staffing allocation, transportation, and then the gap, and then basically MSOCs. So those were the four that we identified last year. So that was, we were trying to align the differences, the amount that was really the shortfall. As far as transportation, I just want to add, when you look at transportation, you see it's 14,000, almost like 15,000, or actually $14,300. So that we had made major adjustments in transportation last year with like two specific positions. We had 3 mechanics, we went to 2 mechanics, then we went to 1 mechanic. So over the course of the year, which is right now, we have 1 mechanic and a mechanic helper. So of that budget, that's a substantial amount of those positions. And so we were making those types of adjustments. I think transportation supervisor David Sal mentioned, we went from, we had 35 routes to 25 routes over the course of a few years, but we've also reduced in the ridership. So what has been identified by WASA and I think WASDA transportation and probably ESD 12, that isn't necessarily significant for us because we made some pretty major adjustments.
Yeah.
For the transition to kindergarten, is this if they fully fund it, or does it include the 20% cut that they're talking about?
So this was last year. So
Okay.
this was last year. You see that, that there wasn't much difference there. And it really was, we were looking at our staffing costs. So we had, last year we had 3 TKs. So we had 3 certificated teachers. We had 3 paraeducators. And we also charged some of this to our administrative support and probably possibly counseling. I'm not exactly sure. That included counseling, maybe a little bit. So there's, so it's, we look at that amount of support and out of that apportionment. So you look and see, well, that's, that was last year.
Yeah, and this year, aren't they
Fully
talking about
allocated
not being able to?
FTE.
Yeah, this year is a bigger gap.
30% gap
30%
in the funding. So for us, we have 80 students. That would mean really we're receiving funding for 56 students.
Gotcha.
So we have to make up that difference somehow, some way. And so I will be talking with Representative Waters tomorrow. And I'm also going to be advocating for legislators to help with this situation on Friday. Several superintendents are going to be attending the same meeting I'm going to be. And so I have an opportunity to talk about our TK situation.
Awesome.
Okay. Jane, did that answer your question?
It did, yeah, because I saw that number equal and I was like, that doesn't sound.
Yeah, so
like
this is, last year, and Shalice and I talked about this today when Chuck was asking for some specific information. All we know, everything's projected. If we're talking about 24, 25, we're speculating some of these costs. 23, 24 is in essence in the book. So that's why this is more accurate information.
Thank you.
So my question to the board is, do we want, how many goals, priorities do we want to have? That is, we have many needs. The fewer we have, the more we can target, the more we have, the more we can ask for. So what are your thoughts?
I mean, clearly the funding model makes the biggest difference overall, like by and away. So I would say that, in my opinion, should definitely be a goal. And then SPED would be the second one. If we're going to limit it to 2 and really focus them, they're going to have the biggest impact on our bottom line.
Although the MSOCs aren't listed in the sheet.
Mm.
So, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's correct. Yep, and we can add MSOCs for last year as well. We can share information.
Yeah, and from me talking in the past with our representatives, can't go with, I say over 2, because the more we're asking, the less we focus on 1 or 2, or, I think we're gonna get more out of it, just from my experience in talking with them in the past. I think special education is so huge, and then I think we've been asking for so many years now, and we haven't seen much budge. I mean, we got a bump last year, but it wasn't a huge difference because we keep seeing more and more students every year. We really, really need that to be funded. And I think, after talking to them last year, I feel like we need to keep pushing a little bit harder. The money's there. We just need to, I think bringing parents up there with us that are in to have students they want to hear real life. They don't want to keep hearing from us. They hear from us every year. Bring parents up there that actually have kids in these classes and tell them their real stories. Why, what we're doing well and what we need to do more and how this money would help. Yeah. That's my 2 cents.
Jim, thoughts?
Looking at me?
We're looking at you, sir. Can't you tell us?
Yeah. I guess I have several comments. I read carefully the different information blurbs. The WASA as written is very educationese language. The ESD is a less so. The WASDA blurb cuts to the chase with bullets. And I think by far that is a more impactful set of talking points. I think many of these are all revolving around the thing, and that's the inappropriate model used to allocate for SPED, for materials, for transportation, for the whole damn thing. And that really is the point, that the legislature has the constitutional obligation to fully fund basic education, and they're not doing it. They're not doing it for our SPED students. They're not doing it to keep up with inflation, with reality. They're not doing it for transporting kids to and from school. And they're not doing it for the staffing of nurses, counselors, teachers, et cetera. I'm not sure how to package that, but I agree with Jane that, that although we remember Larry Hoff absolutely hated hearing the word prototypical funding model, that is the crux of the problem. And that is the biggest impact in our district and in every district around the state. And again, the prototypical funding model should include funding for special ed kids, should include, it's the funding model for the entire school system in the state. I don't understand why they have successfully parsed out, oh, SPED is different. Transportation, that's not really part of education. I'll stop rambling about that. But in terms of language, Chuck, I think one thing I am going to impress upon our legislators in writing is the importance of tying parental rights to parental responsibilities. There is that Parental Rights Act. No parental responsibilities. Joe Blow taxpayer here asked to support funding to make sure somebody else's kid gets to school. I fully support feeding every child, all that. In our day, that was my parents' responsibility, but hungry kids can't learn. But there's got to be a line at which parents need to accept the responsibility, getting their kids to school, being involved in their kids' education, et cetera. And that's, I've not seen that. I've seen a lot of around the country, parents' rights this, parents' rights that, but without responsibility, rights aren't the same thing. So that's my comments. I think I agree with Sadie. Narrowing it down to a couple of key bullet points will be more effective than a laundry list. I wish I could think of a way to rephrase the outdated prototypical model forces deep cuts bullet into something that was more global, that describes really the global nature of the funding problem that we face and that every Washington State district faces. So that's my comments on it. I appreciate getting all the information, getting the comparison of the three different organizational outlooks that Aaron put together. And although I haven't seen it, I appreciate the fiscal analysis of, although we have cut our transportation budget, we've done it with minimal impact, I think, on getting kids to school and from school. And, to focus on that for our district where we already cut our budget and are still getting kids to and from school would not be my highest priority. I don't know how many mechanics it takes to keep a fleet in service. I do think we're better off having our in-house mechanicians maintain our bus fleet over contracting out. But I'm not sure. It seems like every year, like Sadie said, every year we go up and we ask for the same stuff because all this stuff is not being funded. And I wish I were a more creative writer, phraseology that would capture 2 or 3 of these in a single bullet point. But that's my input. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Ida?
Yeah, I don't have anything new to add. I agree with that point.
One other thing that I'm planning on doing is that when we approach our legislators, we can say that we did our job, and I'll take that one page that we have of all of the cuts that we made. Biggest cut being in administration, so that we can say to our legislators, we did our job, now you do yours, but we'd say it nicely.
Thank you very much, please.
Could we also do an infographic and send it to the community of how many out of 100 kids the school budget at the state actually funds versus how much we're left to come up with a shortfall? Like if you look at the budget, is it the way their current prototypical model looks at, is that they're actually giving us funding for 80 out of 100 students? And where are we supposed to come up with the funds for the other 20 or whatever that number is? Because sometimes a visual is a lot more impactful than the bullet points. And
I like that idea.
You want to galvanize the community, send that out to a bunch of parents.
Yeah.
Like, is your kid one of the 20? Like,
yeah.
Well, I think it puts the communities at hostage, really, right? Like you have to pass a levy or you're screwed.
Yeah.
So if you're not a community that has the funding to support that, like, I don't know.
Yeah, and that's why I think too, we need to involve. I think if the community and parents knew more of what we're saying right now and seeing, like you said, putting those numbers out there in real life, like, and actually dollars and, which you don't want to say your student is, it's not how it is, but it is in actuality, and having them more involved because they, I heard it from our legislators before. We want to hear from real parents. We don't want to keep hearing, they don't want to keep hearing from us. They want to hear real life parents talking about how it's affecting them and community members too.
So what I hear the board saying is the 2 big bullet points, stress those.
Yep.
And also to get many more people involved.
Yep.
Besides us guys. So
I was going to add, so MSOX, we will share that data
Okay,
with you what we spent on MSOCs, what we received in MSOCs. So there's a little more information about that since we provided additional information to you. So we'll add that to that document.
okay,
Sounds good. Perfect.
great.
In terms of the MSOC, and along Jane's idea of infographics, I could probably put this together if I had the data, but showing the money we have are given to heat our schools by the state. We can heat the schools to 52 degrees. We need our kids to be learning at 72 degrees or whatever. Some little
Love that.
implications of what the lack of funding would mean if we didn't scramble to come up with what we need to run our buildings and run our district.
That's a great point. With TK, for example, funding for 56 students when we have 80 really means that our one of the options would be that the school year ends for TK in March. Like when you look at a percentage of the year,
Right.
how we're apportioned, clearly that's not something that we want to pursue because we actually we're in a commitment with those 4 certificated teachers and really our 4 classified staff. Like that,
Sure.
that decision is made in, towards the May and June when we're making those decisions for, yeah. And Connor started meeting with families probably in March that were interested. So we started the screening process then. So these are decisions that are made much earlier than when we're notified in September of the shortfall. So, but I think point being that like a graphic that represents like what that really means. And then we now have to make some adjustment or sacrifice a program or resources that were dedicated for something else to backfill and then fill the gap.
I will send something out to the board of one-way communication before our next meeting, so that when we meet as a board, then we can discuss and fine tune.
Okay.
That sound like a plan?
I really like your idea of listing out the steps we've already taken. Like we don't have community preschool. We don't have administrative office staff.
Yeah, that'll be that.
Yeah.
You remember that one page that says how much we cut out of each of these areas? Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Chuck. That was
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have executive responsibility 3, which is treatment of parents, students, and the public.
Yes, so a similar way to the last ER that I presented, wondered if you had any questions specific to this ER. There's actually a lot to this ER and what we do, several accounting policies. And so if you have any questions, I can answer those at this time. One thing that was shared with me that I'll make sure in the future executive responsibilities, I've identified the interim superintendent. So for these ERs, I won't do that. Right, because what happens is each year we edit those, but I think I was encouraged not to do that for these executive responsibilities. So I'll stop doing that in the future. ERs.
Okay.
So we're good with ER3?
I don't have any questions. I looked it over and we talked about it. Does
Great.
anybody else have any questions on this one?
Made sense.
I got mine answered already. Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, great.
Good. All right.
So then technology, this is executive responsibility 17. Les is going to present some information he's prepared for you. So as he moves up to the front, unless I'm not sure, I don't think that mic is on. So this is specific to technology.
It's just so calm and
Yeah,
collected all the time.
we're ready to go.
So I'm Les Brown. I'm the district's communications, technology, and operations director. And ER 17 kind of covers a handful of things that are dealing or intersecting with technology. And it's really all about how do we provide this really huge world of resources that exist online in a safe, manner so that our students and staff can engage with those resources and make good use of them in the classroom. So it starts with staff training. So this fall we did a day of technology training as part of our orientation for all of our certificated staff. We went over things like the Washington State Ed Tech standards. We talked about kind of the emergence of AI, and talked about cybersecurity principles. Each year we do a staff onboarding and kind of reorientation training through the What Every Employee Must Know series. And that's one that kind of goes through a set of common pitfalls that staff might run into. We publish kind of around quarterly reminders out to staff. That's something that our tech group works on, and then I send out. And then we also do orientation work with our new teachers. There were 2 this year, so it wasn't a huge piece of their training, and one of them was already a district employee in another role. So we're really focused right now on security. We know that there have been really major cybersecurity breaches in other school districts and in other organizations. That's something that we really want to avoid. And so we're focused on this focus of the principle of least access, which is that we give people what they need to know to do their job and not more. So that in the event that there's a compromise, they're not sitting there with the keys to everything. They only have their little window of responsibility. Over the last multiple years, we've really focused on having written data sharing agreements. Those are important so that the vendors and contractors we're working with who do or provide services for our students or for our staff have an obligation to protect that data as well. So when we contract with Google or Apple or any of these other really large companies or the curriculum providers like Amplify, we make them tell us in writing that they're going to safeguard the data, that they'll handle it responsibly, that they'll train their staff on how to do that, and that when we part ways, they'll get rid of the data. They don't keep it forever, so that if they have a compromise 5 years or 10 years down the road, they're not sitting there with a ton of stuff that they shouldn't have had at that point. I feel like we talked a lot about asset management, so I'm going to skip over some of those things, although that is part of the CR as well. And then talk about the safe environment. Our library instructors are working on digital citizenship units. Those are things that are part of our rotation that they do throughout the year. Information literacy, which I know came up earlier in the board meeting, is part of that series. And we can revisit. I'll work with Tracy on some of that to share kind of some examples of what we, like how we introduce those skills with students and then how we reinforce them throughout the year. Here in Washougal, we're using a number of screening and monitoring tools to look at student behavior online. And we're looking for both things that indicate a risk of self-harm. So students that are creating documents or emailing or doing other online activities that suggest that they might be like either depressed or contemplating suicide or having suicidal ideation, but also other high-risk behaviors, so things like threatening other students, threatening staff people, or searching things that indicate a pattern that might do that. And we do that through the securely system. We do provide web filtering. It's required. It has been for 20 plus years. We have a really robust set of controls that are in place through the web filter, but as well as our firewalls. And we're differentiating information that's available to students based on their age. We, as part of our insurance co-op, have an audit of our cybersecurity kind of posture, if you will, our presence out on the web. And there's a security group that we work with, which is KYND, K-Y-N-D, that gives us back this list of things that we should be focused on and working on. So based on our answers to some questions and what they can tell by running tools against our network, they give us back recommendations and then they prioritize those. And we're doing really well at meeting what the insurance co-op wants us to be paying attention to. One of the really big things that we implemented over the course of the last 2 years was multi-factor authentication. I think all of you as board members had to set that up. You probably have that for things like your online banking and your credit cards and a bunch of your other stuff. But it's a really key factor in helping prevent cybersecurity breaches. And I'm proud that we have finally got that turned on for all of our staff people. That was a major undertaking to get every last person in that.
It's like an understatement.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took 2 years, which, you know, and it was a requirement from our cybersecurity provider that we do that. There are other districts that are still working through that process. We've shared what we learned going through that process. We learned from other districts, and then we're taking what we did and what was successful and sharing that with other districts as well. So all of that is part of us doing a good job being good stewards of the information that families share with us. I, you know, personally, like we talked earlier about the free and reduced lunch data, you know, and there's a, you know, it's weird that we have this set of data that we have to have because we run our meal program using it, but that we don't get to use it for instructional purposes, and we don't get to, you know, use it for our counseling staff. And then the even weirder thing is the state will take that data, they'll look at it, and then they'll give it back to us in a disaggregated form, and we can use that to guide our practices, but we can't use the direct data that we own, or that not we own, but we have by virtue of the meal service program. And, you know, honoring that families are telling us something when they're disclosing that, or that other organizations like the DCYFs, the Division of Youth and that's not the right acronym, Children and Families is the F and the C. They give us back a list of families that qualify for things like SNAP or other programs. And so we use that data to then give students discounts, but they're not giving it to us for these other purposes. And so we can't use it for those things. Okay. I feel like there were a lot of connections to technology throughout the presentations today. One of the things that comes up during ER is looking at our roadmap of purchasing. We have been reevaluating the adoption cycle we use for district technology, and we're really extending that, which as part of our kind of rejiggering of the district budget that happened in January, February through the end of last year. The technology staff is now a smaller staff. We're also taking some of the resource that comes in through that levy that the community supports, so the technology levy, which is now the capital project levy, and we're using those resources to pay staff people. We're also paying software and services that were previously part of the general fund, and that means that we need to figure out other ways to keep devices longer because we don't have the money to replace them on a 4-year cycle like we have been doing. Currently, what we're looking at is a 6-year cycle. We'll gather some input from teachers through our technology committee to help kind of make sure that that's a sound decision and that it continues to support instruction. But from a life cycle of the devices, it looks like that is workable. We're also continuing to work on the infrastructure that supports connecting all of the devices around the district with the internet. So we're sometime probably next summer is my guess, we'll start working on the district wireless network and replacing that. Most of the wireless access points, like the one that's right there, are about 7 years old, and there's something that we, although people treat it like air, it's one of those things that you rely on a lot and you don't notice until it's gone, and then all of a sudden it becomes a crisis situation. So we want to make sure that we're keeping that up to date and that it's in good shape. And then we're working really hard on phasing out outdated devices that are no longer capable of running modern operating systems and security software. And that is a really tough thing for people to wrap their head around. That it's like, you know, if you have your iPhone and it has been telling you to update your software for 7 years, and you haven't done that, and you're like, it works fine, why would I update? And I'm over here going like, you can't connect it to my network if you don't update it, because you become a vulnerability for the district in that situation. And then another big priority this year is working on user account creation through automated tools. We're spending some money from the levy to automate some of the things like creating student user accounts and staff member user accounts, so that it reduces the burden on the smaller tech support staff that we have. And that's also it hasn't necessarily penciled out in the past just for a bunch of reasons, but it now is like we need to. And so we're working really closely with Matt Hutton, who's our technology supervisor, to take on that work. So Washougal's had a one-to-one computing environment for about maybe 11 years, a decade-ish. That is something that We started before most of the other districts. We were really well situated when the pandemic started because we had devices for every one of our students. That work is guided by the work of teachers, and they identified some components that are part of that robust kind of instructional platform that they want in their classrooms. Part of that is the classroom sound amplification system. So it's like this thing that we're using here in the boardroom to do our Zoom. Most of the classrooms in grades K through 8 have systems like this, and it amplifies the teacher voice. That's based on a pool of data that the teachers studied when we made that decision. Those systems are now 10, 12, 14 years old, and a bunch of them are starting to fail, or they do weird things like the crackling noise that happens in here every once in a while. The one in this room we've replaced, but the speakers we didn't, and I think the noise is coming from the speakers. But, so we're going to work on replacing some of those. We're also replacing the projectors in the rooms at the high school. A number of those are starting to turn yellow. Or other colors, but they have weird kind of bright spots in them that are not the color they're supposed to be. And that impacts the way that teachers use those. The digital adoption of curriculum is part of the work that Tracy leads within curriculum department. We have a pretty balanced approach to, I think, using online resources, but also paper pencil resources where those are the most effective, and having a mix of those teaches students the skills that they need after graduation. All right, so do you have any questions for me?
I do not. Does anybody have any questions?
Pretty thorough.
Jim, you got any questions?
Yeah, the 6-year replacement cycle, is that consistent with the phase out of software support?
Yeah, we need to keep the devices less time than the software providers will support them. Currently, the Chromebooks purchased in 2001 and newer have software support. And so the ones that are older than that, Google is kind of indicating that they will eventually stop providing those updates. It's more than years out, and so we're good from that perspective. And Apple is doing the same thing with the iPads that we have. It is a little less forgiving on the laptop side, so our Windows and Mac OS computers, we have to make sure that we're updating those often enough that they'll run modern versions of Windows or Mac OS and still perform at a good level where they're not impacting people's productivity.
How many years is that?
It's been 6 years for quite a while.
But I mean, that way you just said that.
So it varies by platform. I don't know off the top of my head what the oldest Mac OS is. I do know that Windows 10, which to me still feels really new, is now going into life, and they will eventually security updates for it. So the machines that we have that won't support Windows 11, when Microsoft gets to that, it's an end of support date. We will have to stop using them to stay in compliance with our cybersecurity providers or cybersecurity insurance providers rules. So that will force obsolescence of those. And the same thing happens on the Mac. So at certain points along the way, Apple will say, okay, we're no longer providing security updates for these devices. It's typically out a little ways. And where we typically run into it are devices that are kind of extra devices that are sitting in like our laptop kiosks that we had for credit card payments, or one that hit that, and then we said like, ah, crap, we have to stop doing that. And so we have to turn all the devices off and collect them back or choose to replace them. So
do we ever get grants or donations or anything for this type of stuff? I feel like, I mean, is that something, I don't know.
You know, I've been a part of
I've
been a part of some technology donations.
Yeah.
But I learned quickly that when you take someone's technology and what Les was just describing, you have to update them, and then they become obsolete, or you can't update them. So it really is, then you have it's a liability that you then have.
Oh yeah.
That you gotta deal with. So Les trained me after about the second time I did that.
yeah, and like really well-meaning institutions will offer us stuff, but I think you all are contemplating a new revision to your donation policy. One of the things that is in there is that idea of like, you know, being really thoughtful about what we accept, because what and I've had candid conversations with people who've offered to donate things and said like, I can take it, but I'm going to immediately sell it at the surplus sale because we can't utilize it.
Yeah.
And then we do
Grant you.
apply for grants through the E-rate program, so it's
Yeah.
an FCC Federal Communications Commission grant. We get somewhere between like $25,000 to $100,000. The wireless project that we'll try to undertake next summer would be one that will apply for that. Our district qualifies at like a 70% rate, so so they'll fund 70% of the work, and then we kick in 30% in matching funds, which comes out of the technology levy.
Sure. Oh, very cool. Okay.
Good question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Les.
You're welcome.
I have one more thing, Les. Not for this year, but soon, I think we will need to start building in to our technology policies the reality of AI and its impact on learning and teaching. And I had a discussion with a friend that's a professor out in Idaho, Moscow, Idaho, and she's a psychology professor. She's using this in her undergraduate teaching, and our kids may be using it too, but learning to recognize what's generated by humans versus what's not, that kind of thing. It comes back to Ida's question earlier about critical thinking skills, and I think I would like to see, not now, but in the not too distant future, our technology policies having something to address the impact of artificial intelligence software.
Got it. Good point. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Jim. Thank you, Les. All right, next up, we have a new policy, 4200, parent access and safe and orderly learning environment. This will be our first reading of this.
Yes, so policy 4200. I have shared with a few of you, I believe, if not all of you, that we've had a few situations this year that really prompted me to look for a policy. We've never had a policy that addresses specific in the 4,000 series visitors. So, we have civility policy, we have a complaint versus staff or program, we have resolution to a complaint, but those are really staff directed. So this is specific to parent access, a safe and orderly learning environment. So when there is something that's disruptive to our environment, any of our programs, we've expressed what the expectation is. And one of the concerns that was brought up regarding this is, have we vetted this with the Washington Police Department and law enforcement? Specifically, it says in this policy, law enforcement. And so we have. So I've had an opportunity to check in with our local law enforcement and said, this is what our policy, how it reads, and are you supportive of this? And it's common practice that we will contact law enforcement when we feel the need. And sometimes it's 311, sometimes that's 911, sometimes it's something that maybe doesn't happen instantaneously, but it's a follow-up conversation with them about a situation. Yeah. So I wonder if you had any questions or thoughts about this specific policy.
Anybody? Jim, do you have anything on this one?
Nope, thank you.
Aaron, thank you for putting this together. I think this is an important one that we definitely needed to have.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. So we want to go to the next one?
Yeah, next one, policy 6114, gifts or donations. This will also be a first reading on this one.
Yes, so this is a policy we've had for several years. We've have some revisions in here. And really what we are attempting to do is to look for some efficiencies, because currently if it's a donation that's over $1,000 or $1,000 or more, we hold that donation until the board can approve it through our process, which there's a form that's completed, and then we keep track of that form, put information on it, what's the purpose of the money, the donation, and then we wait for the approval, and then we get it deposited. What we really want to do is take donations and deposit those that are under the threshold. We've identified 10,000 as the threshold. And so there might be some questions about that number, but we look at the inflationary adjustments since 2015 or 2012 when this was approved, as well as just being more efficient and to hold a donation because, we're waiting for the approval. It isn't really the best practice. Once we get a donation, we want to get that in, the account specifically that it's designated for. And then to be used for the purpose it was donated. And so this doesn't mean that we won't continue to communicate with you when we have donations. We so appreciate the generosity of our partners in our community. And we receive donations consistently. I recently applied for a grant with Washougal Schools Foundation, and we've been awarded that grant of $1,000. So you'll hear more about that. We just appreciate the partners we have. So any thoughts about this particular, those revisions that we're suggesting?
Seems very reasonable.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah, Jim.
Yeah.
Good.
I mean, for me, this is kind of talking about major gifts versus minor gifts.
Right.
And my experience in Washougal, I shared this with Aaron. $10,000 donation is an exceptionally major gift in our community. It's a weekly affair in the Seattle School District, but in Washougal, I mean, for me, the $5,000 mark is more fitting with what I see donors in Washougal that are willing to donate freely without expecting anything in return to projects around, whether it's political projects or art projects. But I'm not obsessed about that. It just seems like a tenfold increase in the major gifts threshold. I mean, at a university, that would be $100,000. It used to be $100,000 major gift. I think for our school district, I'm fine with 10,000, although I think 5,000 is more appropriate for Washougal. But that's all. That's my only comment, and I'll go with the flow.
Thoughts?
I'm inclined to agree.
With 5,000?
Yes.
I disagree. Only because when I think about how frequently we have board meetings, if someone comes and is going to make a $7,500 donation to then say, okay, well, we're going to hold on to it for a month until the next board meeting, depending upon what it is or how many weeks, as long as we're still informed, which my reading of that was, we're still going to be informed of any of these. They're just not going to wait for us for the deposit.
Yeah.
You're going to move forward.
Yeah.
And we're still guaranteeing, like, we're not committing to anything in exchange for this. Like, that's how I read it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Question.
I guess I would ask then, why have any limit? I understand the concept of putting donors' money in the bank as soon as possible, but why 10,000? It's totally arbitrary. Why not 100,000 or nothing?
10,000 is a threshold for board approval on contracts. So that's where that.
Just mirroring it.
So that was mirroring that.
Okay.
Somewhat, and then that was how we chose 10,000.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
that's good to know.
But I appreciate the discussion. And Jane, your point that we really want to get that money deposited and then used for the purpose that was identified. And I certainly am open to, making adjustments to this as well.
I guess my question, is that a real risk?
Which part?
That if we don't accept it right away, that it will go away, or?
No, it's just that we're holding it, like, for example, we're holding a check
Until we can.
So our practice has been holding it until the board approves it, and then we deposit it, which really isn't a best practice with our auditors. That we would hold a check, maybe in the safe, so it's sitting in the safe, we're waiting for the approval, and then we deposit it. We'd like to get it deposited, the treasurer, and then get it in the right account.
Otherwise, because it's a month, right? Because we only do that on one meeting a month.
Yes.
So, but
Business meetings.
yeah,
Yeah,
only
and,
business
when it was more frequent than that, then it wasn't necessarily
right.
Such a weight.
Yeah.
Because of agreeing with that. So we can make an adjustment. I appreciate again the dialogue on this. And I think you understand that the reason we want to do this. And again, I think, and Jim, we had a conversation about this, the idea of the board making a decision on whatever amount we establish when it's at that threshold is because the pressure, sometimes there's a donation where there's an ask connected to the donation.
Right.
And there's some potential examples I think that I've had where there was an ask, and making sure that you're informed on what we're committing to with a donation. And Les and I have talked about, speaking of technology, sometimes we get vendors who are saying, hey, we got a donation for you, but there's, or some product for you, but there's strings attached. to that. So we vet those decisions thoughtfully.
I think it really puts the onus on the superintendent to use their discretion in accepting donations, which I trust our superintendent. That's why we hire them. I wonder if it was a cash donation. I'm just thinking out loud here, but if I walked in with $10,000 in cash, would we accept that as a district?
Yes, we would. We have a safe. We would take that, and yeah, we would deposit. Yeah, we'd get that deposited, but we put in the safe initially any cash that we receive, because Julie takes cash when someone comes in.
And there's probably like a form that's filled. I mean, there's all
Yes,
the
yeah.
process that goes with it.
Yeah.
So there's nothing that's gonna get.
And Aaron, just for a point of information, how many donations do we get that are greater than $1,000 a year? Dozens or a couple or?
I don't know if it's dozens, but it might be a dozen. And we
Okay,
could
just curious.
because you approve like anything that's been over 1,000. You approve those.
Yeah.
So we could look and see how many there have been.
Hopefully, yeah.
Maybe a dozen.
Yeah.
I would say.
Hopefully more in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We take cash, check, no, just kidding. Cash, or Venmo.
Yeah.
Venmo.
So additional thoughts?
I'm good with the 10,000. I think that makes sense to me, but we can discuss it more.
The next meeting?
Yeah.
Or second meeting?
Yeah. If we have questions, we can talk to Aaron.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that is our second policy. So
That-
I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it for tonight. All right. It is 8:05. Meeting adjourned.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.